Hello. Hold on, give me one sec. There we go. There we go. Hello everyone. Hope everyone's been having a good Today is Thursday, I think. Good Thursday. Hello Vermo, hello Austin, hello Rising, hello Kuro, and hello Amadis, hello. Welcome in everyone. Uh I I don't know. I feel like I start every stream this way, but as per usual, I woke up in an abysmal time. I think I woke up after like 12 p.m., which is rather embarrassing. Yeah, 12:30 p.m. after not being able to fall asleep until like 4 a.m. Not sure what happened. I feel like listening to streams while I fall asleep is not great because I was trying to fall asleep while listening to Didi's stream, but it was just, I don't know, engaging enough to keep me awake. And since I wasn't looking at my screen, I was just listening to the stream. I was constantly wondering, oh, what is going on right now? So, my mind was going very strong. Full NA schedule, if only I could, have an NA schedule and still be good and set for life. I was actually looking forward to go to IKEA today to buy some shelves for my walls because my walls have been bare since when I moved in here 2 years ago almost. Wait, did I move in here 2 years ago? Next year it will be 2 years. So I kind of wanted to buy some shelves to put up my plushies. Since they're currently all kind of stuffed into the shelf right next to my desk, and it's kind of overflowing with plushies. And I have like, how many was it? 14 more keychain plushies coming from Omori or Omocat store. And I already got a notification that it is already on the way to Germany. I think it left NA like last week, if I'm correct. So I have a bunch of plushies coming and I need some space for them. So I was hoping to get some shelves. Hopefully I could go to sleep at a normal time today. Who knows? But yeah, I've been seeing people talk about the Trails games. I also saw that there is a remake coming out for the first chapter. I don't know if it's in chapters. The first Trails game. I don't know how many there are. Is it 3? I love Trails in the Sky. I'm not surprised that you love it. But yeah, I saw the trailer for the remake and I was like, oh, maybe I should play the originals. And they're not actually that expensive. I might have to buy and play them because I've been seeing screenshots of the original games pop up on Blue Sky almost daily now, and I'm very intrigued at this moment to finally get into them. There are 3 Trails in the Sky, but there are 13 games in the series. So I'm guessing they don't have the same story? Let me see. Oh, is it the... Sorry, hold on. The Legend of Heroes? Is that it? It certainly does look to be the same series, yeah. The story is continued. Trails in the Sky 1 to 3 is the first arc. Oh, okay. Oh yeah, they have a whole holy moly. They have a whole bundle for... Okay, that's basically every Nihon Falcom game ever. And it's a bundle for 845 euros. What a steal. I'm not gonna be broke by the end of that, I'm sure. It doesn't seem like they have a smart bundle for all of the Trails games on Steam anyway. Legend of Heroes Trails Kiseki is what it frequently goes by. Okay, that's good to know. Is that expensive because it comes with all the DLCs? Trails in the Sky frequents 10 US dollars, so super accessible start. Yeah, let me see. I added them to my wish list earlier. God, this is never sorted on Steam. It's not even showing up great. Wait, did I add them to my cart? No, that's something else. Oh boy. Oh yeah, the first chapter for Trails in the Sky, or the first game, is like 16 euros. It's pretty affordable. It looks really nice. I like the graphics. I like the new graphics too from the trailer of the remake. But I don't know, the old graphics kind of have this nostalgic feel, even though if the Steam release is the official release, it's not that old. It's only 10 years old. Oh yeah, never leave fucking game store pages on Steam open because it'll just keep rolling the videos. I wouldn't bother with the Steam bundle specifically. I'd include, okay. All the DLCs, I'd start with the Trails in the Sky, but can help if you have any other questions. Of course, I know where to go. I think that Diana also likes these games, so I have two people who are knee deep into this franchise. Super charming and comfy game. I don't know. I read super charming and sad game for a second and was like, "Oh, great. That's just perfect. That's exactly what I need." But yeah. You didn't write sad. In 2004. Yeah, okay, because I thought, oh, for this game being like 10 years old, it looks a lot older. So that makes sense. Oh, she hasn't played them yet? I thought she did. Oh no, was it a different franchise that I heard her talking about? Oh, my bad then. I thought she totally has played these. They totally seem to be up her alley, so I wouldn't be surprised if she really ends up loving them. Quite the yapping about it from me. That's great though. Oh, the Tales of. Oh my gosh, yeah, you're right. That's what she was talking about. I mean, close enough. Close enough. But yeah, I'm probably gonna pick those games up and I'm gonna see when I can end up playing them. There's so many games and I feel like I'll never catch up with all of my games on the list. But yeah, I really am looking forward to playing some more RPG classics. I get mixed up all the time. Okay, good. Good to know it's not just me. I drove when people call it the Trails of. I mean, we need that crossover game. Where is it? I want to see it. Okay, maybe we can get some music if I load in. Oh, yeah. This is way better. Way better to have the scary music with the cicadas added on top of that. Great. I'm gonna make a short list to narrow down. Yeah, I've been thinking about just making a plan for next year, but it's hard, especially since I don't know how long games are gonna take me. the how long to beat page is nice to get an idea for how long a game might take you, but you know me. It's gonna take me at least double that time, or it could take me the exact amount of time depending on how much I yap. So maybe that's not the best idea to make like a yearly list. But I'm gonna try to narrow it down a bit. My strategy is choose a 10 game shortlist and filtering in games as I beat things on the list. That's actually a good idea. I mean, how many games did we beat this year? I started streaming sometime in July, and I think we beat, oh gosh, I don't really have an idea. Though it's a little difficult because RPG Maker games tend to be incredibly short. If I had to make an educated guess on how many games I beat this year, it would be like 10? At most? Maybe I'm underestimating myself. But yeah, the games that I'll be playing next year are a lot longer, so I'm guessing we won't beat as many games as I'd like to. It all just depends on what I play. Maybe I'll just also filter in some shorter ones to have something to play in between the really long going series. Yeah, something like that will probably be my plan for next year. But okay, I'm trying to think of what happened yesterday. I think we learned about Teppei Hojo coming back to Hinamizawa and staying at his old house. Which I'm guessing he either looked for Satoko or Satoko ends up having to move back to him, which is either way, it's a terrible outcome. Oishi was very normal as well, exactly. He was the most normal character of all of them last chapter. Yeah. Oh, right. He was also called the servant of Oyashiro-sama, which I kept thinking about it after stream, and I was like, what does that even mean? And were there any signs to that in the other chapters? And I'm not sure if this is just chapter specific, if it's really just a rumor that has no actual ties to the story, or maybe there have been hints. I'm not sure what to make of that yet, but I guess we'll see. Okay, well, let me load into the game. Maybe the creepy music will. Oh god.
守りたいと思う心に嘘はなかった。大切にしたいと思う心は誰よりも強いはずだった。優しさから生まれた感情はやがて殺意へと変わり、真っ白だった思いは赤と黒で染まってゆく。
Is that Rika talking?
それが守りたかった日常の崩壊を意味していると分かっていながら。たたり殺し。何が間違っていたのか、その答えを探して悲劇はさらに広がってゆく。北条さんは今日もお休みですか？
I'm not quite sure who was saying that. What does it mean indeed? You must be having a great time watching me trying to break everything apart. I think it's Rena. Oh, I was having a tough time differentiating between Rena and Rika. I thought it was Rika at first because I think Rena has a slightly higher pitched voice, which is weird to think about since Rika is a lot younger. But I really can't tell who it was. You might be right. Maybe it was Rena. We'll find out. It seems that, well, obviously the person they're trying to protect is Satoko. Which also made me instantly think of Rika, since I would assume that she is the first person to try and protect her, since she also let her move in with her. But it could very well be Rena. Especially since she kind of freaked out on the mention of Satoshi as well. But we'll see. Ain't that the point? You're so right. Oh, okay. Apparently we start the next day? Is Hojo-san staying home today too?
古出さんは何か知っていますか？
Furude-san, do you know anything? Why does she look so angry all the time? I can't even remember the last time I saw the teacher smile. The teacher's voice wasn't critical, but Rika-chan hung her head, unable to answer, and I felt really bad for her. The teacher called Rika-chan up and they had an exchange in hushed tones at the days. At first, Rika-chan said that Satoko's fever had grown worse, but everyone in class knew it was a lie. Because every day, Rika-chan brought Satoko's bento with her.
さとこちゃん、どうしちゃったんだろうね。
Okay, so if she's bringing the bento to class, that makes me think that they don't live together anymore. Which, oh, the music is going a little crazy. Which could mean that she had to move back with her uncle, which, oh, cool, great. I'm so happy about that. Satoko-chan, I wonder what happened.
俺が知るかよ。
Don't ask me. I'm the one who wants to know most of all. It was already the third day since Satoko's first absence. Ever since then, I haven't felt good. Until just last Sunday, everything had been so much fun. I had reached out to Satoko like a real older brother, and we spent that time quietly but warm and comfortable. So why had it suddenly been flipped over? Because, Keiichi, you keep jinxing it. The more I thought about it, the more I thought that the world had taken a turn for the worse ever since Oishi arrived. Thinking on it now, maybe the strange apprehensions plaguing me the night before Oishi arrived had been a sign. Furauro Oishi, Oyashiro-sama's servant. So if Keiichi can sense something is going to go very bad and can sense that Oishi is somehow this creepy dude, does that mean Keiichi also is some kind of important person in this chapter? Some kind of figure in the whole Oyashiro-sama universe? Being able to predict the future?
そんなことあるもんか。
Shit, that's impossible.
あいつが現れたから、サトコが今年のタタリに会う役だなんて決められてたまるかよ。
Wait, why is he saying this out loud? Oh gosh. They can't decide Satoko will be the cursed victim this year just cause he showed up. Just what sort of slip-up had I committed to cause those fun times to end so suddenly? Yes, it was the day before Oishi appeared. Shion, Mion, and Rena had spoken of the curse surrounding Satoshi and his disappearance, and it was so sinister it gave me a bad premonition. Such a small thing was the slip-up that invited Oyashiro-sama's servant? It was absurd. I kept on groaning to myself that I would never accept it, ever. I obviously wasn't the only one suppressing my feelings. I'm trying to think of, if Oishi had appeared in the previous chapters when Keiichi had his quote-unquote slip-ups, but I don't know, he's always been there since the start, so I didn't question it much. We met Oishi pretty early on last chapter too, and he was one of the people that saw us when we came out of the ritual storehouse after we broke in, so, I mean, it's not a stretch to say that he could definitely be some kind of servant if you believe in that curse kind of stuff anyway. Which would be even more messed up since he's the one going so strongly after all of these people involved, thinking it's a cult. Mion and Rena were too. Everyone in the class was doing it. Rika-chan knew something about Satoko's situation, but she wouldn't tell us. Rika-chan still held a calm attitude, like a cat basking in the sun. Why is she always compared to a cat? I mean, it fits, but she was being unbelievably stubborn about this whole thing. She didn't want to tell us, and that wouldn't change no matter how many times we asked her. Everyone understood that, so nobody questioned her.
リカちゃんが言わないならさ、言うまで待つしかないよね。
If Rika-chan won't talk, then we just have to wait.
逆に言わないってことは言う必要もない程度のことかもしれないし。
And she might not be talking because it's not something worth saying. I like that she also doesn't comment on what Keiichi was talking about Oishi showing up and that being the deciding factor for Sadako being the victim this year. There was no persuasive power and reassurance given with the anxious face like that. Mion was being taciturn and just looked up at the sky with a somehow annoyed expression. I couldn't tell if she was unhappy that Rika-chan wouldn't talk about it with her own friends, or if she was concerned over Satoko's well-being. I mean, if her feelings are the same as last chapter, I wouldn't think she is very concerned about her. She seemed to think that Satoko deserved everything coming to her. And what about me? My anxiety was suffocating me day after day. If someone else were looking at me, then maybe I'd look annoyed, like Mion did. Tap tap. Someone tapped my shoulder. Oh, it's these guys again. Let's see, is this gonna be a Dijin conversation again? I sure hope not. This is a very serious situation. It was Tomita-kun and Okamura-kun.
前原さん、ちょっといいですか？
Maibara-san, do you have a minute?
またボールが引っかかったか？
Did your ball get stuck again?
今度はお前たちで何とかしてみろよ。
You guys have to get it yourselves this time.
いつまでも先輩に頼るのは良くないぜ。
Don't rely on the older kids for everything. I didn't feel like going along with them, so I was a little unsympathetic with my response.
ちょっと気になる噂を聞いたんすよ。
Oh, that's a great start to the conversation already. We heard a little interesting rumor.
噂？
A rumor?
はい、
Yeah.
ひょっとすると関係があるかもと思って。
I just thought it might have something to do with that. A rumor about Satoko. They hadn't said that, but it didn't seem unrelated. They didn't want to talk in the classroom, so they pulled me behind the school building, lending further credence to that thought. The back of the school was damp and humid like always. Students didn't really come here because they wanted to. It might, however, have been the ideal location for trading rumors away from prying eyes.
富田君、岡村君、その噂話ってもちろん聡子の欠席と関係のある話なんだろうな。
It seems kind of suspicious that they would pull only me aside to tell me about this and not everyone else that is also very worried about her. These rumors, they're about why Satoko is absent, right?
関係があるかはわからないですけど、あるいは。
We don't know if it has something to do with it though, or maybe...
聡子は一体どうしたってんだ？
What on earth happened to Satoko?
風邪なのか？
Is she sick?
それともひょっとしてもっと重い病気か怪我か何かで？
Or could she be, like, really sick or injured or something?
いえ、それが
No, actually,
むしろ逆で、
it's the opposite.
うちのばあちゃんの話だと、
I heard my grandma
昨日
saying
のお昼にうちの店に豆腐を買いに来たらしいんです。
that she came to buy tofu at our shop yesterday. Yeah, this makes me think that she really just moved in back with her uncle. Oh, Tomita's family runs a tofu shop, added Okamura-kun.
豆腐屋さんに
She went shopping
買い物？
to buy some tofu? My voice sounds so stupefied, even I can tell. It was understandable. I was worried about what grave illness or injury she had when the person herself had been out and about shopping for tofu.
で、聡子はどうだったんだよ？
So, how was she?
元気そうだったのか？
Did she look okay?
それとも病み上がりでマスクでもしてたとか？
Was she wearing a mask like she was getting better? Oh yeah, I forgot this was a thing. In Japan, well, not just in Japan, Korea I think does this too because of air pollution. But yeah, they wear masks there when they are sick or when the, well, air quality is rather horrible. I actually, after COVID, I see a lot more people doing that here in Germany as well. If they're sick, they will usually wear a mask like this now too.
松葉勢で包帯だらけだったとか？
Or was she using crutches, or did she have bandages on her?
いえ、別に病気とか怪我とかそういうわけじゃなかったらしいんですが。
I'm used to wearing a mask now. I don't wear it on the day to day. I mean, if you have COVID here, you're told to just stay home and, like, if possible, work from home or do like homeschooling or whatever. But sometimes the doctor's office will have you wear a mask if you have any signs of sickness. So you can't enter the doctor's office without a mask. It highly depends on the office though. Sometimes they don't care, sometimes they require it. They also require specific standards of the mask, like the, oh god, what was it called? The very, very good ones. I only know the German names. FFP2? Is that what they're called? Or maybe that's the German abbreviation. I'm not actually sure what they are called in English. I'm just used to having it on working in healthcare. Right, you did mention that. Funny enough, people here in Germany, I don't see them wearing masks even if they do work in healthcare. Even in the hospital, you'll rarely see people wearing masks. Um, and especially not at the usual doctor's office. They never wear anything like that. But I guess it's different in other countries. No, there wasn't really any signs of sickness or injuries on her, but I should have felt relieved that it wasn't an illness or an injury. But my anxiety wasn't going away. Because Tomita-kun and Okamura-kun's expressions weren't looking any better.
絹ごし豆腐を一丁買っていったそうなんですが、ばあちゃんが言うにはおかしいと。
She apparently came to buy one piece of soft tofu, but my grandma said it was
お
strange.
かしい。なぜ
Strange? Why?
絹ごし豆腐を買って何が悪い？
What's wrong with buying tofu? Irritated by how roundabout they were being, I had to desperately fight that irritation from creeping into my voice.
北条とフルデってほら二人暮らしでそんなにお金持ちってわけじゃないですよね。
Yeah, I'm 100% sure she doesn't live with Rika anymore. It's no longer mandatory, I'm just used to it. Oh yeah. Wearing masks is more of preventing you spreading to others than protecting yourself. Oh yeah, definitely. That's what it's always been about, right? I know that we were told to wear it during COVID so we could protect ourselves, but I think it was mentioned quite a couple of times that it's more about you not infecting other people. I mean, it definitely does protect you a little bit, but yeah, it does more so protect other people from whatever you might have caught. Well, Hojo and Furude live by themselves and they don't have that much money, right?
だから二人はいつも安い木綿豆腐しか買わないんです。
So they only ever buy the cheaper, firmer kind of tofu.
一番高い絹ごし豆腐なんか買ったことないんです。
Thank you for the lurk, Vermo. I hope you enjoy it. It protects from water droplet infection. Yep, exactly. Probably does protect from more stuff, but yeah, that's the main thing. They've never bought the soft stuff. It's the most expensive thing here.
木綿だって絹ごしだってどっちも豆腐だろ？
Soft or hard, they're both tofu, right?
たまにはうまい豆腐が食いたくなっただけかもしれないじゃないか。
Maybe she just wanted to eat some great tofu or something. Not to get into another whole food conversation, but I rarely see soft tofu here in the stores, so I've only mostly had hard tofu. I think the softer kind you get when you buy like miso soup. I think most restaurants use soft tofu. That's like one of the only times I'll ever eat it. It is quite nice though. It has a very smooth feeling, and I know some people even make like pudding out of soft tofu, which is kind of interesting. I've never had that though. I've had some soft tofu, let me tell you, like really good one. Or do you constantly eat it?
それはそうですけど。
Well, maybe, but I knew how transparent I sounded right then. This wasn't anything trivial, it was some kind of important clue. Not the cheap, firm tofu, but the expensive, soft kind. Shopping not even in the evening after school, but in the middle of the day. I couldn't figure out what those things meant. As I thought hard about it, Okamura-kun took his turn to speak. I mean, to be fair, I don't think Keiichi knows very much about her family situation. I'm trying to think if Irie told him about the uncle. I think he did, but he might. I think he mentioned that he moved to Okinomiya. But yeah, Keiichi can't possibly know that Teppei is already back, so he's not making the connection. Only a couple of times. I'm not a regular tofu eater. I love to find it more easily in stores. Oh yeah, you have to go to like an Asian market here to find soft tofu. In the usual supermarkets, you'll only find the hard one, which it's good, but it's not the same. It's not the same. Very rarely will you see it in normal stores, which is a shame because it's really good.
次は僕っすね。
Me next.
これも噂なんですけど、帰ってきたらしいんですよ。
This is just a rumor, but apparently he's back.
帰ってきた。
He?
何が？
Oh, or is it Satoshi? Who?
誰が？
Who's back?
北条のおじ
Okay,
さん
no,
が
it is Teppei. The way that they said it made me think, oh my god, is it actually Satoshi? But no, it is her uncle, unfortunately. Satoshi might have been better. Not just might have been, surely would have been. Hojo's uncle. Satoko's uncle. Right, I think Coach told me about him. Their aunt and uncle had taken them in after Satoko and Satoshi lost their parents in the accident. I mean, we knew that Teppei was back. I just thought that, oh well, maybe Satoshi also came back.
去年のお社様のたたりで怖くなって町に逃げたっていう
That
北条のお
creepy
じさんです。
piano music. It gets me every time. Sometimes the sound effects in this game kind of send shivers down my spine. Yeah, it's nicely timed. They say he skipped town last year scared of Oyashiro-sama's curse.
こいつヤクザみたいな怖くて乱暴なやつで。
He's really scary and violent like a gang member. Everything Coach told me came back in bits and pieces. Will we get a sprite for him, I wonder? I don't remember this guy at all from the anime. Right, the mean aunt and uncle who had tormented them all the time. I think he said that after their aunt was beaten to death by the deviant, he ran away to his lover's house in Okinomiya in fear of the curse.
そいつが帰ってくると、どうして聡子が学校を休んで真っ昼間に絹ごし豆腐を買う羽目になるんだ？
Why would she be staying home from school and shopping for soft tofu in the middle of the day just because her uncle came back? Keiichi, can you not make the connection? Especially with Rika's bento adventures. My underclassmen clammed up and looked downwards. There must have been some big hint buried in there. Even if I didn't understand, if I told Mion or Rena about it, maybe they'd know something.
ごめんな、二人とも。
Oh, my bad, you two.
せっかく好意で話を聞かせてくれたのに、なんだか問い詰めるような言い方になっちゃって。
You were nice enough to talk about it, and I started hammering you with questions.
あ、いえ、いいっすよ。
I mean, fair, to be honest. Maybe they know the answer. It's not like you're bothering them, I think. They wouldn't be telling you if they weren't willing to also answer some of your questions. Oh, no, it's okay.
北条が重病で寝たきりになってないことが分かっただけでも、ほら、
Now we know that she hasn't been in bed this whole time, gravely ill.
儲けもんじゃないですか。
That's worth something, right? That might be true, but it still won't... It won't make the clouds over my mind fade away. I mean, knowing what kind of person the uncle is, I'm not surprised.
あ、前原さん、ほらあれ。
But Maibara-san, over there! Okamura-kun cried wildly, pointing over my shoulders behind me. Startled, I turned around. and way on the other side of the schoolyard, near the school gate, I saw a figure trudging forth. Oh no! Oh, no, I don't like that expression on her face. No! No, that's horrible. No, 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 no.
北条だ。
I mean, I'm glad she's at school, but not like this, man. It's Hojo. I burst into a run faster than I could speak, so that as quickly as possible I could see with my own eyes that she was okay.
スタートゴー
Satoko seemed taken aback by me shouting and running over to her. Oh, the way she just quickly changes expressions. This is gonna be painful. Oh,
まあ、なんですのケイイチさん。
my, what is it,
突
Keiichi-san?
然大声を出して走ってくるから何事かと驚きましたわ。
You surprised me with all the yelling and running.
バカ俺のことなんかどうでもいいだろ
Stupid, enough about me already.
それよりどうしたってんだよサトコ3日間も
3 days, what happened, Satoko?
俺心配で心配で
I was so worried. He's such a nice guy this chapter. I don't know how to feel about Keiichi. He's usually so weird and rude in every chapter, but this time he is super sweet.
心配性ですわね。
What a worrywart.
たかだか3日ですわよ。
It was only 3 days.
もうケイイチさんは心配性なんですから。
You're such a worrywart, Keiichi-san. From listening to her, she seemed like the normal Satoko, but I could tell she was clearly acting strangely. Oh, hello, Blood. How are you? Welcome in. This is gonna hurt, especially with Keiichi being an idiot and growing very attached to her. This is gonna be painful for everyone involved. And you know how Keiichi is. He's gonna mess everything up and make it even worse. Make a horrible situation even worse. Somehow. He's gonna find a way. Her smile was somehow forlorn, and her complexion was bad for some reason.
北条大丈夫だったのかよ。風邪とかじゃないのか？
Were you alright? Were you sick or something? Tomita-kun and Okamura-kun both expressed their concerns.
一体どうしたってんだよ
Just what happened anyway? I like that they keep pestering her with all of these questions but never give her any time to actually reply.
3日も
3 days.
俺がどれだけ心配してたか
Do you know how worried I was?
ごめんあそばせですわ。
Oh, I do so
ちょっ
apologize.
とお家のお掃除をしたりしてたんですのよ。
I was just giving the house a good cleaning.
だいぶ長いこと使ってませんでしたから、もう家中ほこりだらけでして。
We haven't used it for a rather long time, so everything was covered in dust.
は
Huh?
サトコお前何を言ってんだ
Satoko, what are you talking about? Well, he isn't making the connection. He isn't getting
なんで
it.
家の掃除なんかで学校を休まなきゃなんないんだ
Why would you have to stay home from school to clean the house? Satoko didn't answer me. Instead, she passed by me and headed for the entrance. I mean, at least Rika, even though she doesn't live with Rika anymore, she still brings her food to school, which means at least she won't go hungry this time around. Hello, Space. How are you? Welcome in. It looks like Satoko is still alive. What happened? So basically, as we learned from the tips yesterday, Teppei came back, and these two boys were just telling Keiichi about how, whose grandma is it? Tomita-kun's grandma saw Satoko buying soft tofu instead of the usual firm tofu because it's more expensive. And about how her uncle came back to Hinamizawa, and Keiichi was struggling to make the connection between, what that means for Satoko and why she would be absent because of that. And yeah, well, now she's here. She made a very worrisome emotion or expression rather earlier, and yeah, she's just talking about how she stayed home for 3 days to clean the house, which Keiichi still isn't understanding. So basically, her uncle moved back into their house, and she probably has to, or yeah, did move back with him. I kind of love the contrast between Satoko's detailed sprite and these two kids. Yeah. Especially like the coloring of the clothes is a little bit different in my eyes. But yeah, just the clothing in general and the overall design of the characters is very normal compared to all of the main cast. Satoko didn't answer me. Instead, she passed by me and headed for the entrance.
もう
Gosh,
今はお弁当の時間ではありませんの？
it is nearly about lunchtime, is it not?
私はお腹が空いてますのよ。
I'm just starving. It was certainly lunch break. I couldn't force her to stop after she told me she wanted lunch since she was so
まあい
hungry.
いや。
Well, whatever.
リカちゃんは3日間毎日お前の弁当を持ってきてくれてるんだぜ。
Rika-chan's been bringing your lunch for 3 days
今
now.
日はちゃんと食べてやれそうだな。
You look like you can eat it today.
とにかく早く教室へ行こ
Let's just go to the
う。
classroom
みんなを安心させてやろうぜ。
and put everyone's minds at ease. Oh no, yeah, to make matters worse, not only did she make a very worrisome expression, Keiichi also mentioned how she looked kind of pale and stuff, so yeah, most likely she's been working non-stop to clean the house and maybe hasn't eaten anything. Or not a lot anyway.
そうですわね。
You're right.
皆さんにご心配をおかけしてしまったかもしれませんわね。
I suppose I may have caused everyone to worry.
人気者は辛いでございますわ。
It sure is tough being popular. I put a hand on Satoko's shoulder and we ran to the classroom together. Up close, I was able to verify that Satoko looked somehow weak. All this anxiety was supposed to go away when I saw her again. That's what I had thought. But now I actually started to have quite different fears. What the heck happened, Satoko? How does he not understand what happened? She moved back in, and she's getting abused, most likely, as per usual, unfortunately. Her uncle is doing the exact opposite that an adult should be doing. Not just an adult, but a parental figure. Like, this is now his adoptive daughter, almost, and you should be taking care of her. You shouldn't even have left in the first place, but I'm not gonna lie, I'm very happy that he did leave, and I would like him to get the fuck out of Hinamizawa once more. Everyone in the class, of course, reacted in the same way that I did. We worried about you. I'm glad to see you well. What were you doing for 3 days? Our classmates showered her in questions.
本当にご迷惑をおかけしましたわね。
I truly do apologize for causing a fuss. As she cackled, she chowed down on the bento Rika-chan had made for her. Those in the teacher's lounge must have been informed of Satoko's arrival because our teacher sprinted into the classroom, her breathing ragged.
北条さん。
あら先生。
I wonder if the teacher knows about the abuse going on at home and if she knows that she moved back in. I wonder who will disappear at the festival this time. I honestly have no clue. I wonder if it's gonna be Tomitaka-san and Takano-san again, since they have been involved in it every single year, but I wouldn't see how that would be the case right now. I wonder if it's gonna be the uncle. I really hope so. That also isn't the uncle on the run in the first place. I think the police said that he didn't look like he knew what his lover was up to. So if the Sonozaki family thinks the same way, they won't be after him. So I guess... Or maybe they'll be looking for him in Okinomiya. Either way, I don't think he's in danger right now. Otherwise, he probably would have already been kidnapped and stuff. Is the village pissed and the cops are looking for him? Village... I mean, I guess so. I feel like they just don't like him. Not that he's necessarily someone of interest to the village right now. They just don't particularly like him. And cops looking for him? Maybe they are. To question him? If Idiot said anything or not to the other teachers, I sure hope he did. I don't know if he would tell anyone, but maybe he did. He should. I would assume that he did. Just to make sure everyone knows what is going on in her home. To look out for her. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe knowing him, he could have done the creepy thing of just keeping it to himself. Won't take long for him to be in danger, I would think. Yeah, with everyone finding out that he's abusing Satoko, I'm sure he won't be safe for very long. It just depends, who will do it to him, you know? Sure hope it's Keiichi. Maybe he can kill someone worth killing this time. Oh,
3
Sensei.
日間もご心配おかけしましたわね。
I'm sorry for worrying you these 3 days.
ご覧の通り元気でピンピンしてますわ。
As you can see, I'm fit as a fiddle.
もう本当に心配してたんですからね。
I don't think she knows, actually, since Rika just told her earlier that she has a fever, and she wouldn't be asking Rika if she knew why she was absent, so I guess she doesn't know. What did Oishi-san want to know about Satoko yesterday, last chapter? Do we know the reason? I think it was because, they mentioned that Oishi isn't letting go on the whole, dead aunt thing. I think he believes that Satoshi is the one who ended up killing the aunt, and he thinks that, well, someone is hiding him. Probably Satoko. He just wants to talk to her about all of this, I assume. Or maybe it was about her uncle. I'm not sure. I don't think they specifically mentioned why Oishi was looking for her, but it's probably those two options.
お弁当が食べ終わったら職員室に来るんですよ。
My, I was very worried about you. When you're done eating, come right to the teacher's
い
lounge.
ろいろとお話があります。
I have a lot to talk to you about.
3日もサボったからきっと大目玉に違いありませんわね。
I must be in. For a good scolding for those 3 days I cut class. I didn't mean to interrupt her Ujo-sama laugh. I'm sorry. Hello, Lazy. How are you? Welcome in. Satoko laughed sheepishly while she scratched her head, and the rest of the class burst into laughter. The teacher was acting angry, but she breathed a sigh of relief at seeing Satoko healthy and smiling as she ate her lunch with the class surrounding her.
でも安心したよな、レナ。
What a relief, right, Rena? Huh?
あ、ごめん。
Oh, sorry.
無事でよかったよね。
Yeah, I'm glad she's okay. Okay, it seems like she noticed something going on that maybe Keiichi didn't notice yet. Maybe she's making the connection that Keiichi isn't. Loving the festive hat? Thank you. I thought we should bring some holiday jolly spirit in here or something. I also have this cute little pixel sprite up there. Very Christmassy. Satoko, oh, my phone. Oh god, my phone. I forgot to charge it. Oh gosh. Ugh. We're not gonna have tracking for very long if my phone decides to say goodbye. There we go. Satoko is masking so much right now, for sure. You weren't there, but just a couple of seconds before you came in, basically, she had this very troublesome expression, and as soon as she saw Keiichi running towards her, she immediately changed expressions to mask how she was feeling, which is just... it's what she's been doing this entire time, you know, with Satoshi missing and everything. The pixel breathe, it's adorable. Yes, it is! Let me just shout out Mooney, because she's the one that actually made this pixel wreath. And everyone should absolutely check her out because she's amazing. Sauce-ass behavior, as per usual. I looked at Rena and knew. She had a sense that something about Satoko was off too. I looked to see Mion detached from the clamor as well with a somewhat grim expression. I mean, I would assume that they know how Sadako behaves and how she looks like when she's being abused because they witnessed the abuse over the years as well. So if she goes missing for 3 days, they hear rumors about her uncle being back and then they see her obviously masking and looking a bit sickish. They're gonna make the connection pretty easily since they know everything that's been going on over the past few years, I assume. But Rika-chan, on the other hand, was smiling from ear to ear. She spread out the bento boxes one by one as Satoko finished them. Wait, she brought all 3 of them? Finally, Satoko was satisfied after enjoying a thorough conversation with her classmates, remembered that she'd been called to the teacher's lounge.
めんどくさいんですけど、行かないともっと怒られてしまいそうですからね。
It's such a pain, but I think she'll be angrier if I don't go.
僕も一緒に行きますですよ。
I'll go with you. Satoko rises from her seat and Rika-chan runs over to her.
ごめんあそばせケイチさん。
I do apologize, Keiichi-san.
ちょっと怒られてまいりますわ。
I'll be right back after getting scolded.
おう
Man, these 2 kids, they've been going through some shit, especially since Rika also lost her parents. The connection that they have is very special. You like to think so, but the Japanese culture of keep to yourself is powerful. You're right, actually. Yes. I just hope everything turns out okay, you know. I wonder if Irie is gonna fly off the handle when things get too much. I hope so. I don't like him very much, but he can be our one ally this chapter. Or, you know, he could make everything worse. I'm not quite sure yet. Rika and Sadako are ride or die for each other. Yes, it is very, very sweet. I love the relationship that they have. It's very wholesome. Very sweet.
なんだったら俺も一緒に付き合うぜ。
Right. I mean, I could go with you too.
例のカレーの悪口の時一緒に職員室で怒られた仲じゃねえか。
We're all comrades and getting scolded in the teacher's lounge ever since the curry incident, right?
それには及ばないのです。
That won't be necessary.
ケイチはここでお留守番なのですよ。
Keiichi should mind the place while we're away. Rika-chan's words were gentle, but the firm rejection was clear in her eyes. I don't know what to think of Rika keeping everything to herself. I feel like we could help her out if only she told everyone. But then again, we're only middle school students. What are we supposed to do? But I feel by Keiichi finding out eventually and making the connection, he's the one to fly off the handle and, you know, make things very bad. Worldwide issue, but it's definitely really present in Japan as well. Oh yeah, it's an issue in every country basically. Of course in like more tight-knit communities, it's even worse. But yeah, Japan has been known to have that sort of mentality times 10. I'm excited to see your reaction to this arc. Oh boy, that means it's gonna be one hell of a ride. But yes. There's gonna be an ad break in a minute, unfortunately. But I feel like this is a good time to take a quick break before they force us to take it in the middle of a very, very interesting conversation. And I think we're gonna have to talk about what just happened with the other characters, so maybe taking a break right now isn't so bad. Keiichi makes things worse. That could never happen. No, he would never make situations way worse than they already are. He isn't known for that. Okay, but this time we have like some really nice music going on, so let me just put up the BRB chibi. There we go. If you need to rest your eyes, stretch your legs, get a drink, get a snack, feel free to do that. I'm gonna fish, and I'm gonna also be right back. Alright, I'm back. Let me get rid of the chibi. Hope everyone was able to take a quick break. Okay, let's get right back into it. The two of them exited into the hallway, walking shoulder to shoulder. After seeing them off, the class breathed a collective sigh of relief, broke apart, and went back to their usual lunch break banter. Oh, also, I'm gonna leave the fishing sound on. I found it a little loud yesterday. I toned it down. I don't know if it's even audible anymore, if it does play, but just let me know if it's too distracting. We, however, couldn't go back to how we usually were. Not I, not Mion, and of course not Rena. They stared into the classroom exit Satoko and Rika-chan had left through, their expressions a little distant and grim.
俺たちは仲間だ。
We're all friends.
そうだろう、みんな。
Isn't that right? I blurted out something strange, so Mion and Rena turned around with dubious expressions. Very normal Keiichi
俺は
moment.
仲間に隠し事はしない。
I won't keep anything from my friends.
だから、さっき聞いたばかりのことを言う。
So I'll tell you what I just heard a little while ago. I told them the stories I heard from Tomita-kun and Okamura-kun earlier about the tofu shop and how Satoko's uncle had apparently come back. All at once, without letting them speak.
これが俺の知るすべてだ。
And that's all I know. Surely this will make the situation a whole lot better,
だか
everyone
らミオ
knowing.
もレナもしていることがあるなら話してくれ。
So if either of you knows anything, please say so.
俺は俺の知るすべてを話したぞ。
I've said everything I can. I ended my sentence firmly and looked into Mion and Rena's eyes in turn. Rena stared right back at me. Her eyes didn't falter. Without even opening her mouth, I could tell she wasn't hiding anything. Then our gazes turned to Mion.
別に私は隠して黙ってるわけじゃないよ。
I don't know, Rena smiling like this is kind of giving me the creeps as per usual. It's not like I was trying to keep it a secret or anything. Mion couldn't seem to endure our silent stares and began to talk timidly, as if she was guilty of something.
でもケイちゃんが話したなら私も話さないわけにはいかないよね。
It's just, now that you've said something, Kei-chan, I guess I have to talk about it.
みーちゃん、何か知ってるの？
Mi-chan, you know something?
いや、その聡子のおじが帰ってきたっての
How
帰
long
ってきた
has
初日から知ってたよ。
how long has Rena been living in Hinamizawa? I forgot. Hasn't she been living here for quite a few years? Wouldn't she know? They keep joking about her having these very detective-like abilities, but then you're telling me that even if she knows all of this, she can't make the connection? Well, I mean, I knew from the first day that Satoko's uncle had come home.
この間の日曜日にふらっとひなみ沢に帰ってきたって。
That he just randomly showed up in Hinamizawa last
ど
Sunday.
うしてそれを黙ってた？
Why didn't you tell us that?
ごめん。
Why are we screaming at her? Calm down, Keiichi. She moved back recently, that's what they mentioned in the first arc. Oh, I thought she'd been living here for quite a long... I mean, yeah, she didn't live here this entire time. She moved away sometime and then she came back. But since she met Satoshi, I figured, she had been living here long enough to witness the abuse. Moved away and then yeah. All right. Maybe I'm getting the timeline a little wrong. I'm not quite sure when her uncle moved away. I think it was also like a year ago. So technically there is a possibility that she did learn about the abuse. I'm sorry. My angry shout caused Mion to flinch away, look down, and hang her head uncomfortably.
ケイチくん、怒るようなことじゃないよ。
Keiichi-kun, it's nothing to get angry
み
about.
ーちゃん怖がってる。
You're scaring Mi-chan.
あ、ごめん。つい大声を。
Oh, sorry, I shouted at you. I lowered my head in apology. Mion accepted it, collected herself, and continued. According to her, her uncle's relationship with his lover, whom he had been with in Okinomiya, had collapsed. Collapsed is a good way to put it. She's dead. Without anywhere to go, he went back home to Hinamizawa. And on that Sunday, the day of the barbecue, her uncle ran into Satoko and brought her back to the house. Cool! The day of the barbecue, that's a long time ago. It's funny that she said that she just heard about this, when I'm pretty sure that she was probably involved in the killing of his lover, but I guess, yeah, collapsing of the relationship is a good way to describe what happened from her side anyway.
自宅に
Why?
なんで連れ戻すんだよ。
Why did he bring her with him?
ろくでなしの寄生虫だからね。
Because he's a good-for-nothing
自
parasite.
分一人じゃ炊事はおろか、掃除一つできないし。
He can't even cook by himself, much less do any cleaning. Well, that's just like Keiichi.
そんな炊事やお掃除のためにさとこちゃんを連れ戻したっていうの？
But that's... He brought Sadako-chan back to have her cook and clean? Yep, this is the expression that she had. Very, very worrisome. Mion definitely knows a lot more than she lets on. She, like Oishi, probably has tabs on lots of people. I mean, the way they made it sound from the... What was it? The autopsy report? Was that, the method in which his lover was killed, I forgot her name, unfortunately, was the same way that Keiichi was about to be tortured in the last chapter. So they said it was 2 people that were involved in this, but they also said it was most likely men involved in this. But the ritual killings that they perform, only a handful of people know about this. And I think Mion mentioned something along the lines of only the people inheriting the demon know about these ritual killing procedures. So in my eyes, that makes it look like Mion and possibly Shion or someone else are involved in this. He probably involved given that torture method. Exactly. That's the exact method that she used or wanted to use on Keiichi anyway. So, yep. Pretty sure that they are involved. Or maybe I'm wrong and more people know about the ritual torture and killing methods, but yeah, it seems very likely. I remember that she said she had been cleaning the house when I met her back at the school gate. A moment later, the pieces fell into place into the jigsaw puzzle of unease. And as for what the puzzle depicted, when I saw it from afar, I could see the answer clearly.
さとこが家に閉じ込められて、
Satoko was locked up at
い
home
じめられながら家事をやらされてるっ
and tormented into doing the
て
housework.
いう噂なんだよ。
Those are the rumors. If you knew that, why didn't you speak up? Oh, I don't like the sounds. Ugh. I nearly yelled that at Mion, but hastily stopped myself.
みーちゃん、それ本当なの？
I mean, what is she gonna do about this? To be honest, the Sonozaki family can probably do something about this, but I don't know. I feel like Satoko might not want her uncle to be killed, you know? And that's the one solution that they could probably offer her. It's terrible that this uncle is subjugating Satoko. Yeah, I would rather him piss off again. Keiichi is not gonna take this well. Nope. He's gonna go over there and he's gonna, say his peace of mind, which is gonna, in turn, end up being very bad for Satoko, I assume. Maybe that uncle was under the protection due to protection money? I don't think so. I'm not sure. Especially since his lover was the one stealing all of that protection money. Doubt it though, I would think he's not financially stable. Seems financially stable enough to keep a house all this time and buy, you know, expensive tofu, quote unquote. I'm not sure. I can only make guesses right now. Mi-chan, is that true?
私がこの目で確かめたわけじゃないから、本当かどうかは知らないけど。
I haven't seen it myself, so I don't know if it's true or not. Myeon looked down again and, staring at the floor, grew quiet.
去年みたいに
Just like last year?
意地悪なおじさん夫婦のところで暮らしてた時みたいに
So she did witness this. She does know about this then. To be frank, it would be hard to sell with all the other villagers hating you. True. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, who would want to buy the house of someone whose family is maybe cursed and hated? You're right on the money. Knowing Keiichi, he thinks he can force the situation to change. Yep, absolutely. He's gonna go rushing in there, and he's gonna make matters even worse. Just like last year, like when they lived with their mean uncle and his wife.
でもさ、そのおじさんって家事はからっきしなんだろ？
But this uncle is completely helpless when it comes to housework, right?
さとこが重宝なわけだから、何もいじめてるってわけじゃないかもしれないだろ？
If Satoko's that important, then there wouldn't be any reason to torment her, would there?
ケイチ君何を根拠に言ってるのか知らないけど
Keiichi-kun, I don't know what grounds you have for
い
saying
い加
that,
減なことは言わない方がいいよ
but you shouldn't be so irresponsible. Oh, did he say anything super bad here? I mean, it's not... I don't know. This isn't... He didn't say anything super horrible. Then I clearly and directly got mad at me. You don't know much about this, so don't talk as though you do. Yes, that's clearly what she meant. I mean, I'm trying my best to figure things out here, so please, enlighten me if I do say something stupid. I wonder how Oishi is gonna operate from this point onwards. Ooh, boy. I mean, now he has two people to talk to in the family. The uncle to talk about his dead lover and what he may know about that, and, well, Satoko because of his suspicion that Satoshi is behind the killing of their aunt. He kind of says that it's not bad that the uncle is relying on Satoko for housework, at least if he's not being abusive. I mean, during the 1980s, I would assume that it was kind of expected of kids to help out with housework, or yeah, just household stuff coming up. It's not so common nowadays, but back then I would have assumed that it was rather normal for kids to have to help out quite a lot at home. I mean, this is also the time where, you know, wives would not go to work and stay at home cooking and cleaning, which is exactly what Keiichi's mother is doing most of the time. So during this time, this is not something super horrible and unexpected for him to say. When kids learn to cook and help around, but with the context of this uncle, I understand why they are mad. Yeah, basically only using her and only letting her stay at home to cook and clean. Yeah, that's bad. Even if he doesn't abuse her, that's not keeping Satoko around for the sake of, you know, loving her and treating her as your own, but it is mainly to his benefit. Yeah, I do get what you're saying and why she's probably mad as well.
じゃあレナは知ってるのかよ？
Fine, then do you know something, Rena?
私だって知らないよ
I don't know anything either.
今ここで聞くまでさとこちゃんがおじさんの家に連れ戻されたなんて知らなかったもの。
I didn't know her uncle had taken her to her house until hearing it just now.
でもね、
But
1年前とはまるで状況が違うの。
the situation is different from a year ago.
状況が違うってどういうことだよ。
The situation is different. What does that mean?
サトシくんがいない。
Yeah, I was about to say, there's one less person to... This is gonna sound horrible, to abuse, I guess. So, Satoko has taken 100% of it now. Satoshi isn't here.
サトシはすごく妹思いのいい兄だったんだよ。
Satoshi really cared about his little sister. So yeah, I would assume that he would take most of the, I guess, punishments for Satoko as well, so she could, well, get away unscathed as much as possible. But now that he's gone, she's taking 100% of it.
いつもサトコをかばってた。
He always stuck up for
意
her.
地悪なおじおばのとばっちりが少しでもサトコにかぶらないように
He
盾
was
になってくれてた。
her shield, so that she would be affected just a little less by their mean aunt and uncles fighting.
家には意地悪なおじさんとさとこちゃんが2人きりなんだよ。
The mean uncle and Satoko-chan are the only ones living there
そ
now.
れがどれだけ行き詰まるものかケイチくんにだって想像がつくんじゃないかな。
Can't you imagine how stifling that must be, Keiichi-kun?
南沢に帰ってきた理由だって身を寄せてた愛人が蒸発したからでしょ。
He only even came back because he broke up with the woman he was staying with.
そんな不愉快な理由で帰ってきた人がどうしてさとこちゃんに優しくできるっていうの？
Do you think a person who came back for such an unpleasant reason would be able to treat Satoko-chan kindly? I don't think he changed over that year at all. He's probably still the same piece of shit he's always been. Satoko is powerless in this situation too. Virtually speaking, he's her guardian and can't be waved away, even by the cops, I presume. And I think what Oishi did is a reflection to what that uncle is doing to Satoko by abusing her but not letting bruises show. Yes, 100% yes. What Oishi did just instantly made me think of what her uncle is most likely doing to her. So I wouldn't be surprised if she has bruises all over the place or, you know, under her clothes anyway. But not, you know, where they could show. Or he does it in a way that, you know, just doesn't show at all. But yeah, she can't get out of this situation. I'm not sure how it works in Japan during the 1980s, but I assume that he was able to, by leaving, to basically consent to her living with someone else, meaning Rika. But now that he's back, I'm pretty sure that she has to go back to living with him, and that if he says so, they can't take her away from him unless, you know, she goes into child protective services, if they do have that. I want to say your avatar is extremely cute. Aw, thank you. That's very sweet of you. Can I say something a bit lighthearted? Sure. Feel free to do that. Let me just, in the meantime, link the lovely person who made my model. There we go. Oh, I did say 19 yesterday, sorry. Their name is Sawyer_26. My bad. There we go. Please check them out. They're very, very, very kind, and their art is beautiful. The village is not gonna back her up because of her family history, which is just sad. Yeah, no one's gonna help her. So, I mean, I guess if I was Keiichi in this situation, I can understand getting angry and feeling like no one's gonna be there to help her and taking matters into my own hand. So yeah, I can't blame him for what he's most likely to do. I remember a stream where you mentioned eating wafers during break spooky, and now I'm kind of craving one. Oh boy, now that you mentioned wafers, I'm kind of craving the wafers too. I wonder if we still have some around the house. I'm gonna check during the next ad break. I'm gonna eat some if I find them. I know we still have like chips and cookies, but I don't know if we have wafers. I put the bag of wafers back in the kitchen because I was like, oh boy, I can't have this around. I'm gonna keep eating and eating and eating, and I'm gonna finish the whole bag during one ad break. So I put it away, but now I kind of regret that decision because yeah, every time food gets mentioned, I get hungry. Okay, but let me quickly drink something before I keep reading. Keiichi's again in a very perilous situation. If he's gonna act on his own, he's gonna piss off either his friends, Oishi, the uncle, or other people. Actually, in this case, I feel like the friends would be on our side, but I'm not 100% sure. But yeah, we're gonna piss off basically everyone else around us, yeah. She was right. It wasn't easy for me to imagine Satoko not being tormented.
ごめん。
Sorry.
こっちこそごめん。
Oh, no, I'm sorry too.
問い詰めるような口調になっちゃったね。
I sounded like I was interrogating you, didn't I? How? An awkward atmosphere floated among us. I mean, this is a very uncomfortable topic to speak about. Pissing off the law, mayhaps? 100%, yeah. He has no say in this. They are not able to do anything unless they can somehow get Child Protective Services to get their grabby hands on this, which would be actually great. The three of us remained silent and just stared at the floor. Finally, we heard the principal's bell ringing. The teacher came back with Satoko and Rika-chan at her side.
さあさあ、午後の授業を始めますよ。
Alright, we're starting afternoon class. I wonder if they told her the truth. I doubt it, but who knows.
委員長、号令。
Class president, please.
起立。
Everybody stand up.
ごめんなさいね。
It hurts so much seeing her mask like this. I don't know why. It just makes it worse. I'm sorry.
失礼、失礼。
How rude of me. Oh, that expression from Rika was unpleasant. I couldn't read anything from Satoko's vaguely sheepish expression, but given the clouded look Rika-chan was wearing behind her, it was tough to laugh off the disquieting story I'd heard from Mion. Sensei might be a reference to Ciel from Tsukihime, a visual novel that came out a couple of years before Higurashi. But yeah, I watched Diana play a bit of Tsukihime, not too much because I do want to play it on my own. Let me just look up the character Ciel though. No, not Ciel Phantom Hive, that's a totally different Ciel. I mean, she does look very, very similar to Ciel, so I'm not surprised. We know that she is going through bad shit and she can't even show it. Yep. It's not like she can't, it's that she won't for whatever reason. Probably to not worry people and not to seem like a nuisance, you know? People that are being abused rarely reach out because they feel like they're being a nuisance, because usually the abusers also make them feel like they're unloved, unworthy, and so they feel like they don't deserve help in those kinds of situations. So that could be why she is the way she is. We should also look at the OG Chia sprite to compare it. That's a good point. Yeah, if we see her again, I'm gonna switch to the OG one to make a better comparison. I can also put up the image of Ciel, just to compare. All right.
久々に全メンバーが揃ったからね。
First time in a while everyone's been here.
久しぶりにパーッと大部活で盛り上がろうじゃないの。
Let's all have a roaring good time with the whole club. Yeah, perfect. Indeed, in times like these, the best thing to do was obviously get rowdy and scheme against one another in a club activity. I would not be surprised if Sadako says something along the lines of, "Oh, I can't, I have something to do."
望むところだよ。
Just what I was waiting for.
ねえ、さとこち
Hey,
ゃん。や
Satoko-chan,
ろうやろう。
let's play.
さとこが好きだったゲームあるでしょ。ほら、なんだったっけ。
Aw, them paying so much attention to her, it's sweet, but they're doing it because they know that she's going through a tough time, and I don't know. I feel like if you're the victim in this kind of situation, getting this much attention towards something you're trying to hide is... I'm not sure. As someone who sucks at reaching out, I get Sadako not reaching out, but that doesn't mean it hurts less to see. Oh, totally. I get it. I am horrible at reaching out to other people when I need something, when I need help, or when I'm not feeling good. So I totally get it. But yeah, seeing it is never great, especially like I'm someone like, oh yeah, okay, I suck at this, but when other people do it, I try my best to let them know that, hey, you can always talk to me and stuff. But yeah, it makes it not easy to see someone else going through the same thing, especially since you know what it's like. There was that game you liked, wasn't there? What was it again?
なんでも構わないよ。
It doesn't matter
行っ
which.
てみ。
Tell me?
行ってみ。
Tell me! Mian laughed happily, took a bunch of games out of the club locker, and lined them up on the desks. I think that was the first time Mian's ever let someone else decide on a game for her. I could tell she was being especially considerate to Satoko, thinking that, whatever her circumstances, if we could just enjoy our time together as a group, that might be some comfort, some diversion. Satoko seemed to understand her feelings too, and smiled vaguely, though pleased. But her head slowly moved from side to side.
ありがたいですけど、お気持ちだけで結構ですわ。
I'm very grateful, but your feelings are enough.
いろいろしなければならないことがありますので。
There are many things I need to do, so... I'm not surprised. She's not even allowed to stay longer after school because she has all of these tasks that she needs to complete. I would assume that she's also being threatened, like, oh, if you don't do this and that, I won't give you food or I'll start hitting you or something like that. So she has to do everything to perfection. Even Rika-chan hung her head in remorse.
おいおいおいおいおい、本気なわけ？
Hey, whoa, 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 seriously?
部活メンバーが久しぶりに揃ったってのにお流れになっちゃうわけ？
All the club members are here for once and we're not playing anything.
敵前逃亡は罰ゲームってのは、快速第何条だったっけ？
Desertion in the face of the enemy. What was the punishment game for it? What part of the club constitution was that in? Club constitutions?
やめなよ、みーちゃん。
Stop it,
無
Mi-chan.
理に付き合わせちゃダメだよ。
We can't force her to play with us.
別におじさんは無理強いしてるわけじゃないよ。
Hey, this old man isn't trying to force her or anything.
ただ大盛り上がりした方が絶対に楽しいと思って。
I just thought it would be more fun for sure if we did something exciting.
本当にお気持ちだけで嬉しいんですのよ。
It's like she knows that we know that, you know, she wasn't sick or anything. And that, you know, her cleaning the house was under very specific circumstances. Really, I'm happy you feel that
ご安
way.
心なさいませ。次に戦うときは皆さんまとめてでっかい罠にはめてご覧に入れますわ。
Don't worry, next time we meet, you'll see. I'll get you all caught up in a gigantic trap. Satoko, while insulting us, still said she couldn't participate in the club today and apologized. She quickly put her things into her bag and pattered out into the hallway, disappearing. It all happened in the blink of an eye.
さとこ
Yeah, she ran out of there because she is barely holding on to that mask that she has put on. Ugh. Satoko. Rika-chan stared lonesomely as her friend hurried home, unable to be part of club activities. I feel like Rika is gonna be the one hurting the most this chapter, aside from Satoko obviously being the one, in actual danger here. One of those traps will come back in some way. They were a big part at the start of the chapters. Yeah, we have I think it was 3 whole tips that were all about the traps. So I think they'll play a big role. Unless those were just a way to let us know that Satoko uses traps for some attention, since she never got attention, at least not in a good way, and she feels abandoned and everything. Silence filled the classroom. Both the cheerful voices of her classmates in the schoolyard and the voices of the cicadas sounded like they were coming from some faraway world.
チェつまんないの
This is boring. The silence was broken by Mion's bitterness as she began putting the games on the desk back into the locker. Everyone just stared absently at Satoko's seat, now empty.
リカちゃんそろそろ話してくれてもいいんじゃないかな
Rika-chan, maybe you could tell us about it now?
うん
Oh, when Rika has a serious expression, you know that things aren't going so well. Nana made as gentle a smile as she possibly could and spoke softly to Rika-chan, even though without hearing it from her, we pretty much knew the situation at this point. Satoko's uncle had broken up with his lover and come back home to Hinamizawa. And he had taken Satoko back home and forced her to do all the household work. And all that had to be pretty rough on her. Thinking this was common knowledge to everyone, I skipped to the important part.
だいぶひどいのか
Is it really bad? Maybe Mion and Rena wanted to ask the same question. Nobody spoke. We all just stared, waiting for Rika-chan's reply. How do you have that much gold already? Rika-chan still didn't answer us. We were hoping for her to say no, but her silence was a bad enough sign.
去年だっけ
Last year, was it?
おじ夫婦の元にいた時もこんな状況だったんだろ
It was like this when both her uncle and his wife were here, right?
うん
Yeah.
あの時は夫婦喧嘩のとばっちりみたいなのがほとんどだったからさ
Keiichi really shouldn't push it. I mean, to be fair, they do all need to be on the same page somehow to be able to figure out a way to resolve the situation, because the way it is right now is not good, obviously. You want to resolve the situation somehow, and I feel like if they don't talk, Keiichi is gonna go out and try to do something really stupid on his own, and I feel like if they all work together to resolve the situation, that is gonna end up yielding in a much better result. So they do need to talk about it eventually. Because in previous chapters, just keeping secrets and everything, doesn't work out usually for them. I love Rika's uniform with the suspenders and the skirt. I love that one outfit as well. I also love her just casual outfit, the green dress. It's very beautiful. They do not have good methods to solve this problem at hand currently, which is why they need to talk about it. They all need to be on the same page about what her current situation is, what the possibilities are to help her out with. Talk to her as well to see, if they can get her to open up somehow and figure out how they can help her with her involved in this. and move on from there, depending on what the result is of those conversations. But yeah, that's just wishful thinking. These are kids. That is adult thinking I'm having, adult problem resolution. But yeah, these are kids. They don't think the same way. Yeah, at the time, they were mostly just being caught between their aunt and uncle
こうして部
fighting.
活で時間を潰して家にいる時間を極力減らすのも一つの手だったんだけど、
One of the ways we helped out was with the club by reducing her time at home as much as we could, but
今は家事を強制されてるから学校に残ることもできないんだね。
he's making her do the chores now, so she can't stay at home at school either. Shit. Satoko's not a slave. Who do you think you are, ignoring your own inability to live and properly and basically putting Satoko under house arrest?
常識的に考えてこんなのおかしいんじゃねえのか？
I mean, he's not even letting her go to school. Like, she wasn't able to come to school for 3 whole days. When you think about it, isn't that really
い
strange?
ろいろと状況証拠は必要だろうけど、こういうのって虐待だろ？
We need a lot of circumstantial evidence, but isn't this abuse?
警察とかに通報できないのかよ？
Can't we notify the police or something?
そうだよね。
I'm actually curious what they have to say about this because this can't be the first time they think about this. You're right.
体罰の証拠とかがあれば警察に通報できると思うよ。
If we had evidence she was being abused, I think we could tell the police.
あるいはそういうのって地域の民生委員さんとかに相談できないの？
And can't we talk to the region's welfare people about this? Rena and I kept saying police, police as though it were nothing, but Mion's response sounded like she thought we were a little naive. Right, I forgot. Sorry, police also includes Oishi, and we know how, well, Mion feels not just towards the police, but, you know, Oishi.
みんな簡単に言ってくれるけどさ、
And Oishi doesn't seem to have Sadako's best interests in mind, or her family's for that matter. It's easy for you to say that.
それを立証するリスクを考えたことある？
Oh, and that as well. Have you thought about the risks of actually getting proof?
リスクってなんだよ？
Yeah, if they get caught by the uncle trying to get proof, life is gonna get a whole lot worse for Satoko. He might even do something rash like making her, well, quote unquote disappear, you know, in order to make sure no evidence is ever found that she was being abused. I'm pretty sure the author of Higurashi was a social worker, and it does shine through sometimes. Oh, I didn't know Ryukishi had that background. He was? That's really interesting. I usually never do research on, you know, authors, but I feel like in this case, with all the heavy topics that are being covered in this visual novel, it would be actually really, really interesting to get a background on the author, yeah. I guess it's time to do some research on Ryukishi. What do you mean, risks?
一昨年の冬かな。
I think it was 2 winters
通
ago.
報したんだよ。
We reported it
児童相談所に
to the Child Consultation Center.
虐待があるからすぐに何とかしてくれって。
We told them there was abuse happening and to do something right away.
そうだったんだ。
Huh? You did?
それで
What happened?
電話してすぐにお役所の人が来てくれたよ。
I'm pretty positive that's true too. That is very interesting. I'm gonna have to pay some attention to, yeah, what they talk about. But yeah, this part specifically, I guess, is where things shine through on Ryukishi's background. A person came as soon as we called.
で、さとことかさとしとかに事情聴取してた。
She interviewed Sadako and Satoshi about what was going
つ
on.
いでにおじ夫婦のところにもね。
And then their uncle and his wife too.
サトコとサトシに聞くまではいいが、おじ夫婦にまで聞くのはまずいんじゃないのか？
Yeah, that's what you would think, but I don't know much about social services, but yeah, I'm sorry. I don't know much about their procedures, especially since it's like this place like 40 years ago, in 1980. I don't know what it's like there, but depending on the situation, you might not talk to the parents, or I guess in this case, what would you call it? Parental figures. I can understand asking Satoko and Satoshi, but wouldn't it be not so good to talk to the aunt and uncle?
両者の意見を聞いて総合的に判断するんだとさ。
They said they'd base their judgment on what they heard from both sides. Understandable, but that doesn't always work. Yeah, basically zero context for their procedures. I would like to know what it was like back in 1980, since, yeah, I can base this situation on what I know now and what it's like in my country specifically, but I don't know what the procedure is like in Japan, especially 40 years ago. I have no idea. A lot of places still consider children property of their guardians. Oh yeah, 100%. Which is why it also like heavily depends. This might not be seen as abuse everywhere, right? You might see it as abuse, but depending on the law and, you know, what is socially seen as acceptable, this might not be seen as abuse. So treating your child like your own property and a tool that you can use in some countries, cultures, might not be seen as something that is not socially acceptable. Perfect system, weigh the judgment of an abused kid to the abusers. I get why you would do this, but it doesn't always work this way. Especially in abuse cases, this isn't always the best way to go about it, I would say. But again, I don't have a degree in this field, so I can't say that I have a better solution. Law schmlaw? I more care about what is moral? True. I agree. The law isn't always right. But yeah. It's difficult because you can't do what is always morally correct because the law hinders you in that way, and that sucks. But it's not like we can change it. We can only say that it absolutely sucks ass.
ご立派ご立派。
Great of them, wasn't it? Sure.
で、結果はどうだったの？
So what did they decide to do?
様子見。
Wait and see.
様子見ってなんだよそれ。
What do you mean? Wait and see.
おじさんとっても勉強になっちゃったんだけどさ。
The uncle really studied up on this stuff. Yep. If you're the abuser, the best way to abuse someone is to know the ins and outs of the law and what you're allowed to do and how you can best hide what you're not allowed to do. So, great. Perfect. Where's Phoenix right when you need him? Get him in here. He shows up after... Oh, yep. Actually, never mind. Not so helpful. Just beat the first Ace Attorney killer game. I have never played them myself, but I keep popping into streams of people playing them, so I know a bit about the games, but yeah. I have to still play them. I bought the games, but I haven't started them yet. What a rat. Yep. I mean, if you know you're doing something illegal and immoral, you find ways to cover that up.
法律ではね、暴行か育児放棄が認められなきゃ、虐待とは言わないんだってさ。
By law, you can't call it abuse unless assault or child neglect has been established. Yeah, and there we circle back to what Oishi did to Keiichi yesterday, probably hurting them in a way that doesn't show or, you know, doesn't leave bruises. Can't cook, but puts in the effort to research how to better abuse someone. Absolutely mental. Oh. That is actually a good point. He doesn't put in the effort into basic fucking life skills, but when it comes to abusing someone, he goes all in. What a fucking ass.
サトコもサトシもよく小づかれてたらしいけど、別に傷跡が残るようなレベルじゃなかったし。
He poked and prodded Satoko and Satoshi a lot, but it never left any real marks on them.
3食の飯も一応食えてたし。
They were pretty
寝
much
床もあったし。
eating 3 meals a day and had beds.
心理的外傷を与える言動だって別にカセットテープで証拠があったわけじゃないし。
And there weren't any recordings of something like that to prove they'd said or done anything to cause them psychological trauma. The thing is that after this, the abuse probably got a lot worse because they think, oh, Satoko and Satoshi probably ratted us out, so now we have to punish them. Hello, River. How are you? Welcome in. Let me give you a shout out. How are you doing?
村の人たちだって実際に乱暴してる現場は見たことないからね。
None of the villagers had ever actually seen them being violent either.
いくら意地悪だからって人前で乱暴はしないでしょ。
No matter how mean you are, you wouldn't act so violent in front of other people.
誰だって。
Nobody would.
でその後どうなったの？
Then what happened?
しばらくは毎週決まった日に民生委員さんが訪問してたみたい。
The welfare officer apparently went to visit on the same day each week for a while. On the same day each week? That's not how it works. You have to visit them sporadically to catch them off guard. If they are expecting you, of course they're gonna be on their best fucking behavior, man. I understand there's procedures, but this is, what? You're always so nice. Thank you. You deserve it. I love your streams. Although, I haven't been able to catch one in a while. I think you were live not too long ago. Little day just hanging in there. Aw. I hope, the day... Well, I don't know. I personally like slow days unless I'm at work, but I hope the rest of the day ends up being really nice. You're forgetting that Keiichi's in the room. He would act violent. Get that baseball bat. Let's go. Let's go beat that uncle to a pulp. Let's schedule the time and day for when we're gonna check up on you not abusing the children. Yeah, let's mark it down on the calendar. I'm sorry. This is probably not how they do it anymore. Maybe this is just a very bad welfare officer. Maybe this guy or this woman was just a really bad example and this is not how they usually do it, but holy fuck is this stupid.
おじ夫婦も自分たちが見張られてることを気にして目立ついじめはしなくなったらしいけど。
The aunt and uncle knew that they were being watched though and didn't torment them in any way that would stand out.
それで済むわけないでしょ。
Of course, that wasn't the end of it.
より陰湿ないじめ方に加速していったってことだね。
You mean they ramped up how malicious they were being? Most likely. Myeon sighed and nodded.
おばのやつが特にねちっこくってさ。
Their aunt was really damn stubborn.
女特有の陰湿さっていうのかな。
She's one of the most spiteful people I've ever known.
相当いやらしいことをしてたらしいよ。
Apparently, she was doing some pretty disgusting
さ
things.
とこ、最後の方は呼吸するだけのボロ人形みたいだった。
Satoko was like a doll that did nothing but breathe by the end of it. Ah, that actually sent some tears straight into my eyes. That is not something that you want to read. So what? From that conclusion, does that mean they never should have contacted child welfare in the first place?
わかった？
Understand?
誰の目にも明らかな虐待の証拠がなかったらお手上げなんだよ。
Without proof of abuse so clear anyone could see it, there's nothing we can do.
むしろ状況を悪化させかねない。
In fact, it might even make the situation worse.
あれは失敗だった。
We messed up pretty bad. I mean, these are just kids. They can't blame themselves for trying to get their friend out of an abusive situation. I don't blame them for trying, at least. After hearing that even public organizations, the one thing they thought was dependable, couldn't do anything, everyone hung their heads.
つまり誰の目にも明らかな虐待の証拠が見つかるまで通報すべきでないってことなんだね。
In other words, until we have clear evidence of abuse, we shouldn't notify anyone?
うん。まあその
Well, I mean,
そういうこと。
basically, yeah. Oh man, this is weighing heavy on me. Myeon, given the village, hates the guts of this uncle, and you're the head of basically the Yakuza in this town. I would think that there's something she can do. Yeah, the Sonozaki family definitely can do something. I wonder why they haven't. It's not like they would shy away from this kind of thing. You would, you could easily just kill both of them and just have her live with someone else. I wonder if they do have any other family. Maybe not. There's something preventing her? Also the uncle is probably being watched by Oishi. True. I mean, if Oishi is going after the, what did they call them? The S organization? The Sonozaki organization. I guess you can't kill them with them being watched. But I guess they did kill the uncle's lover? So it's not like they're shying away from it, you know what I mean? They could do it. They could find a way to do it, I think. Your mom? Hello, Aki, how are you? Your mom is very nice. Mian and Shion are hesitant. But why? Because of Satoshi? That uncle is probably also bait for the police. Yeah. Yeah? Now for sure. Since Oishi is watching their every move, since he's trying to prove that Satoshi killed their aunt, I'm guessing he thinks that Satoshi maybe is hiding out somewhere or he ran away because he's guilty of killing the aunt. So he is thinking that he might come back to kill the uncle as well, trying to catch him in the act. Though, to be honest, I don't know. I was thinking that's not morally correct of him to do. If I was in that situation, I would just, turn a blind eye to all of this for the benefit of the children. But Oishi, as we know, has no morals. He doesn't fucking care. Mion is surprisingly affectionate to Satoko this time around. I wonder if that's gonna stay this way, or maybe Shion is gonna be the one that's, gonna go a little crazy because she obviously had feelings for Satoshi. Maybe, because of the feelings that she did have for him, she ends up thinking, oh, Satoko is at fault for Satoshi, being demoned away. Hi, Aki! Hope you've been resting well. I guess while we're just yapping away, let me just fish a bit. So is the body at the beginning of the chapter Satoko's aunt? I saw Space answer with yes. No, it's not the aunt. It's the uncle's lover. The aunt is dead. They already found her body a year ago. They also found the person who supposedly did the killing. The body that they found, I don't remember her name right now. It was the lover that he ran to after, well, his wife was killed. Yes. The one who was, what was it? What was she running? I don't know. What was her job? Flower shop? I don't know. I have flower shop in my mind. Maybe it wasn't that. But she has to know that the uncle is an abuser. Like, come on. He isn't this tense. You would think so. He probably knows this, but he probably doesn't give a shit. He's not doing anything to see how far he can push that friend group, as sick as it sounds. Maybe he's hoping to push Mion and Shion specifically to their limits so he can catch the family in the act of killing someone. Also, hello Zero, welcome in. Thank you for the hydrate, which is actually really good timing because there's another ad break starting. And since we basically kind of concluded this conversation about talking, about possibilities of getting official organizations involved, I feel like this is a good time. I do have snoozes, but I'd rather use them for moments where we could actually use them. So let's take another quick break. I can't believe another hour has already passed. Jesus. But yes, if you need to rest your eyes, stretch your legs, get a drink, or get a snack, feel free to do that. I'm gonna take my sip and I'm gonna look for wafers. What is the streamer like? Wait, what did I get? Oh my gosh, I got 270 gold? Holy moly. This Joel the Sturgeon. Oh my gosh, I got 1 gold for every kilogram. Crazy. I wonder why I have so much money. I haven't been fishing off stream. I've been fishing on stream this entire time, but I'm just having a lot of good luck, it seems. But yeah, I'm keeping my streamer luck. Thank you very much. But yeah, I'm gonna go find the wafers now. I'll be right back. Hello? The fuck did you catch? It's very small on my screen. What does it say in chat? Old PC? Why is that so fitting? That's actually quite a nice price for that. Oh god, I just sprayed myself with some lavender scented body spray, and Jesus, that is very potent. I feel like I'm gonna pass out. If I pass out on stream, you guys know what it's about. I guess if Austin was able to fish, I should be able to fish too? Are 5 minutes over? I guess so. Suddenly I'm thinking back a little on the Erased anime. These chapters give the vibe of that show. Oh, yeah, not to spoil anyone on that anime, but oh, yeah, you're right. They do cover similar themes. That did not sound like a lot of gold. 13, Jesus. I'm falling off. Epic old PC, how fitting, yeah. It looked very retro from the little image that I was able to see. But yeah, just to report on those wafers, I did not find wafers. They have been eaten long ago, but I did find chocolate pudding, so I did eat chocolate pudding. Oh yeah, I guess I don't see it, but when you type in fish, I think it shows up. Yeah, the timer in the very top left corner. I just can't read it because it's so abysmally small. But yeah. God, the lavender smell is so potent. Ugh. That's a lot of gold. Why are you all so lucky? Alright. Anyway. I considered Satoko's current situation. She was brought back to her house. It was a little difficult to call that abuse. She was being tormented and forced to do the chores. How she was being tormented would be the key, but without concrete evidence, it would be difficult to prove. Yeah, she has to tell us about what it is exactly that she's going through, which is gonna be tough for her to talk about. And even then, it's not given that we can find some way to help her out. I went to eat a wafer in solidarity, but we don't have any lying around. It's okay. It's the thought that counts. Thank you so much. Oh, man. A cooldown message is a little tiny. The rest of it is great, though. I feel like I have to resize the whole window for it to show properly. Maybe I can find a more fitting place for it. Maybe I just have to make it bigger. I'll test it out when I'm off stream. Yeah, I can test it out while I'm offline, too. For 1G, so not that lucky. Oh, yeah, I didn't see it. I'm sorry. Oh, man. Keiichi and the others are gonna plan something for sure. At least Keiichi is gonna be involved with coming up with some ideas. Probably against the will of some people. I'm guessing Rika probably is gonna be the one to not be super involved in this. I don't know why, I just have a feeling. Putting up a hidden voice recorder or camera isn't a possibility. I actually don't know. Maybe they could. They did have cameras and voice recorders back in the 80s, I'm pretty sure. It just depends on how big they were, and I don't think these kids have access to that unless his father somehow has a camera lying around, or like a camcorder or something like that. Unlikely, but possibly an option. If she had some kind of external injury, that would work. But as far as we could tell from today, she had nothing like that. And being forced to do the chores, that was a bit weak too. There had to be a better evidence that she was without a doubt being abused. I know. Her uncle had ignored Satoko's existence for a whole year and went to live with his lover in town. Didn't that fall under one of the definitions of abuse that Mion had mentioned? Child neglect? I would say so. I would say that counts, but then again, we don't know. He could come up with some kind of cover story. It's not like they have any way to prove it. Thinking if I should go take a test and correct an F or just skip the test and go over the second term. I mean, if it doesn't hurt to retake the test, I would just say go for it. Did it exist, but the tech was probably still too bulky? Yeah, I think they had some pretty big ones. I remember when I was growing up, my dad did have a camcorder that he let me use sometimes, and even that was still quite big. it was, or maybe it just appeared big because I was a kid. But yeah, it was like, wow, I'm trying to think of a comparable size, like the size of a Switch, roughly. So yeah, 20 years earlier, or like even more, like 30 years earlier, you probably had things twice the size, I would assume. Depends on how much time you want to spend on the class, I would say. Yeah. I did redoing course stuff. I'd much rather do a retake, personally. I would also agree, but you know, the decision is ultimately yours. I would just retake it. It is odd that Uncle suddenly leaving is obviously neglect, but you would think that at that moment they would have stepped in, but that didn't happen. I also wondered that because he must have made some preparations to leave, right? Because you can't just up and leave. He must have talked to someone to leave Satoko with them. Because I just can't imagine it being acceptable. Like, even in the 80s, you just up and leave your child alone. Or, well, it's not his child, but, you know, as their guardian, you can't just fucking leave. Gotta do what's best for you? Yes, exactly. I would personally retake the test, but you gotta weigh your options and just decide if it's worth it for you or if you wanna, you know, move on.
そ
Yeah,
れは立派な育児放棄だね。
it's the perfect case of child neglect.
どうなのみーちゃん。
What about that, Michan?
おじが今もいなければ育児放棄は認定されそうだけど、
If her uncle weren't here now, it could be recognized as child
今
neglect.
この瞬間は同居してるわけでしょ。
But he's living with her at the moment, isn't he?
今までは別居だったけど、心を入れ替えて同居することにしたなんて言われたら、また様子見なんてことになりかねないよ。
They were apart before, but if he said something like he had a change of heart and decided to live with her, they might just say, just wait and see again. This makes it even worse because that means they basically missed their window to frame him for child abuse. I wonder... I mean, I can understand why they didn't make a move while he was away, because, well, he was away. He wasn't an issue anymore. They didn't expect him to come back after a year. But they should have made their move then. Leaving a kid to another kid for them to live together and supporting each other is crazy talk today. Even in such a village, it would be weird, right? I think so, but you never know. I don't know what the law is for children living on their own in Japan. I know that children in Japan are expected to be very independent. I would see documentaries about children basically having to go to school from a very young age, like very, very young age, on their own, or like in small groups of like 2 or 3 kids. So it doesn't seem unlikely that they would expect them to be independent in this kind of case and be fine with them being left alone by their guardian. But again, I have no idea. I don't know the actual laws again. I do find it weird though, and I can't imagine the law turning a blind eye to this, but they did. So I'm guessing he must have made some preparations to not be persecuted for this. Once we reported it, we would need to be absolutely sure they'd interpret it as abuse. Maybe we needed far more concrete evidence, lest we repeat last year's mistake.
なんだか悲しい。
It's, well, it's sad.
ということはつまり、さとこちゃんが乱暴されて大きな傷が残るまで黙って見てろってことなんだよね。
This means we need to sit quietly and wait for him to be violent towards Satoko-chan and leave a mark, don't we? That's so fucked up, too. This is so fucked up. The only way to help her is to have her get physically so hurt that it leaves a mark. By that point, it's already too fucking late. She's already scarred mentally. The only plan I could think of was, in the end, just watching and waiting. It left me in shock when I realized that it would be the same policy as that of the officials who had made the situation worse. As Mion said, reporting it to a public agency would be a gamble. If we're gonna pick a fight, it would have to be one we couldn't afford to lose. If we were gambling, without enough money, without enough evidence, our defeat would be assured. If we took the time to amass enough money that we could be sure of victory, then that would mean pretending we didn't see Sadako's plight for a considerable amount of time.
こんなところで話を振ってごめんな。
Oh, that's the thing too. Not just Sadako is gonna be suffering under this. Everyone having to watch her get abused over time is gonna be hurting as well. And eventually one of them is gonna burst. One of them is not gonna be able to handle it, and they're gonna do something irrational and reckless, and they're gonna make the situation worse either way. So both of those options, not great. Sorry for bringing this up now,
リカちゃ
but
んはどうして一人暮らしができるんだ？
how is Rika-chan able to live by herself? Rika-chan had lost her parents, if I recall correctly. From what I'd heard, she had no relatives either. She was forced to live on her own as a result, but her life was unfettered, free of restriction. If she could somehow grant that freedom to Satoko too...
ほら、リカちゃんって両親いないのに生活してるだろ。
I mean, the big difference is that, yeah, she has no other relatives, while Satoko has. They're not in the same situation. I mean, Rika-chan, you're living without any parents, right?
保護者のいない子供って孤児院みたいなところに入れられちゃうんじゃないっけ？
Don't kids with no guardians have to go to orphanages and stuff?
ケイチ君、それひどい。
Keiichi-kun, that's cruel. It is, but I mean, it's important to ask about it. It's, you know, rough bringing it up like this. But, you know, I get why he's asking it. Maybe he didn't say it in the most considerable way possible. I guess everyone in the village looks after Rika. Yeah, but because she's the shrine maiden as well. I get it, but I don't think being a shrine maiden and technically having people look out for you is enough to bypass the law of having an actual guardian look after you, you know what I mean? Because there's just some things that you can't do on your own. If you're, you know, underage.
悪口で言ってるんじゃねえよ。
I'm not saying it to be mean.
そこにサトコを救うヒントがあるかもしれないと思って聞いてみただけなんだ。
I only asked because I thought maybe there would be a hint to saving
リ
Satoko.
カちゃん、気分を害したならごめんな。
Rika-chan, sorry if I offended you. Rika-chan shook her head, not particularly disturbed.
それはですね、
Well, you
僕
see,
は実は村長さん家の子供になっているからなのです。
it's because I'm considered the mayor's daughter.
補足がいるね。
Let me explain.
村長の君吉のおじいちゃんがリカちゃんの保護者なんだよ。
Oh, interesting. Did she get adopted? I guess we're about to find out. So yeah, she does have a legal guardian, which is how she's able to bypass this. Well, not bypass it. She just, you know, has a guardian. End of story. And I must hate it as well for the village to have this massive double standard. I feel like not just Rena, but everyone probably, yeah. I always had the impression that Rika lived by herself and no one mentioned it to the officials. Oh, no, I'm guessing that, you know, they must have known somehow. Something that big, like the, you know, the what's his position? You know, the priest? Is it a priest then? You know what I mean. Rika's father dying, or her parents in general dying, would make the rounds, and they would somehow get wind of it anyway. Let me explain. The mayor, old man Kimiyoshi, is Rika-chan's guardian.
ちゃんと県知事の許可を得た正式な。
He got official permission from the governor of the prefecture.
ー
Huh?
養子みたいなものか
So you're adopted?
養子とは違う。
Oh, no, not adopted.
別に籍を入れなくても保護者にはなれるんだよ。
You can be someone's guardian without being in the same family. Yeah, that is true.
分かってきた。
Oh, I get it.
つまりリカちゃんは普通に暮らしてるけど、法律の上では村長さんの家に住んでることになってるんだね。
Rika-chan lives by herself, but by law, she's considered to live with the mayor, right?
まあそんなとこ。
Yeah, basically.
そのおかげでリカちゃんは孤児院送りを免れてるってわけ。
That's how Rika-chan avoids being sent to an orphanage.
孤児院っていうか児童養護院のことだけど。
Actually, it would be child and family services, not an orphanage.
み
How is her response to this just meep? They surely would make accommodations for Rika given her status. Yeah, I'm not surprised that they would do this. She's part of one of the 3 important families. They wouldn't just let her be sent to child and, what did they call it? Protective services? No, child and family services, sorry. Which is honestly really not okay. It's not okay. It's not fair. But I don't mind it in this particular situation because it means that, you know, she's able to stay here with people that she knows and people that love her. But it's technically, if you look at this black and white, it's unfair. Surely. You make me feel uneasy by saying that. Yeah, it's good that it happened. I agree. If they went to take Rika over to the orphanage, she'd probably just go, "Meep, kawaiso," and pat herself or something. This is unfair treatment. Yeah, it is unfair technically, but it's, yeah, as you said, it's a good thing that it happened anyway. Oh, hello, Sarah. How are you? Welcome in. You almost caught up to me. Oh my god, am I that fast? Let me give you a shout out. Sarah is currently also playing Higurashi. I think, yeah, she's a bit further along compared to me, but yeah, we're slowly catching up. Doing fantastic. Thanks, Heath, for the shout out. Of course. I'm glad you're doing good. I hope, you know, if you do celebrate Christmas, that you're gonna have a good time. This year's Christmas for me is gonna be rather, you know, unspectacular, rather quote-unquote boring, which is not a bad thing in my book. I'm just gonna be at home, chilling, having a good time, eating some good food. Not for much longer, I just started up Marvel Rivals Ranked Queue. Oh boy. Do you play Marvel Rivals on stream too? Because that's gonna take up some time, especially if you're playing ranked. You're gonna lock in and go really hard at that. Hell nah. No one needs to see it. No one needs to see the raging. At least that would be the case with me. Not like my Oshi, Doki Bird. Oh, is she currently playing it on stream? I haven't caught up with her streams as of lately. I've kind of fallen out of it. But yeah, everyone's been playing Marvel Rivals. I'm kind of I'm intrigued to play it myself. Oh, we have another Doki Bird fan in here. She has been before her concert and now she's Grandmaster? Holy moly! That's fast. How are you enjoying this chapter here with Satoko? Yeah, we're just I mean, we basically just started talking about the abuse happening and everything. We learned about it just yesterday, so yeah, it's I don't know how to say it. It definitely weighs down on me. I had a moment where I was a bit choked up earlier reading what they were talking about, and it's rough. It's an unpleasant conversation they're having, and this whole situation is just, it's sucky. It sucks, obviously. Like, duh, abuse sucks. What a surprise. I don't know. It's just one of the roughest chapters so far. All of them have been dealing with some pretty dark stuff, and you know. This one, though, is one that is, of course, one of the roughest ones. Child abuse is not something that, you know, anyone can take just lightly. It's effed up, right? I feel like chapter 1 and 2 were so much more tame. Yeah, they were dealing with different stuff. I feel like chapter 1 was a lot about paranoia and all of that stuff, while chapter 2 was about, I guess, how would I sum that up? Pressure, family expectations, indoctrination. Well, this is something that is maybe a little easier for some people to relate to, and it just hits really bad. Even if you can't relate to it, it's much easier to grasp this chapter and what the issues are here, which makes it so much heavier on the soul. This is more so getting... Yeah, exactly. Really close to real life situations, which just makes it easy to sympathize with, while the others were a little bit more abstract. Maybe not so relatable. And less easy to understand. Yeah, but yeah, as expected, this one really weighs heavy. If I understood correctly, this is still a part of the question arcs. They're not technically called that compared to the Umineko chapters. They are specifically labeled as question and answer arcs. But I think up to chapter or arc number 4 is still considered question arc, and after that we get the answer arcs. So, I wonder what the next chapter is gonna involve, since this one is already emotionally a step up from the other two. First 4 are the question ones. Yeah, I wonder what the answer ones are gonna be like. I have no idea if they like differ, since I don't have anything to compare it to. The 4th one is so much shorter than 1, 2, 3. Oh, I didn't know that. How many chapters does the, I guess, episode 4 have? Last 4 are answers. It's the same with Umineko. Yeah, Umineko just specifically labels them as question and answer arcs, while Higurashi doesn't. I did buy Umineko, right? Hold on, let me check my... Yeah. They have Umineko and they cry dash answer arcs. They specifically labeled them that way. It has only 8 achievements. Oh, right. Yeah, you get an achievement per chapter. Almost per chapter, I think, anyway. Hold on, let me check. 15. Yeah, we didn't have that many chapters, but yeah, it somehow matches up, which, yeah, you're right. It only has 6 achievements, which, if you judge it based on achievement number, could be considered shorter. Steam is a little slow. Wait, winter sale started? Oh, of course it did. Okay, I'm not gonna look into it right now because I'm gonna go on a whole different tangent if I look at games on sale right now. Maybe I'll look at it at the end of the stream or just on my own, but oh boy, I've been looking forward to the to the sale, so that's nice. Thank you for the heads up. I will definitely check it out. I say that as I open it up again, and I already see some interesting games, and I notice that I immediately start speeding up my speech, which is just perfect. Me getting excited. Better to wait anyways. Often takes a little bit for all the prices to update. Yes. Okay. Let's get through this chapter so we can all enjoy their winter sale. Take your time, Spooky. Surely the sale will last long enough. Rude! Don't remind me of last time, please. I don't want to be reminded of me missing out on the autumn sale. God damn it. Oh man. Rude. While we're at it, let me fish to reduce my sadness a bit. Jesus. Thanks for reminding me. Anyway, back to heavy
難
topics.
しいことはよくわかりませんが、つまりはそういうことなのです。
Fuck was that? Oh, a cart? I see. I don't understand the heart things, but anyway, she's right.
ミオン、今興味深いことを言ったな。
Interesting you should say that, Mion.
席が違っても保護者になれるみたいなことを言ったよな。
You can be someone's guardian even if they're another family. I think I heard about that being a thing before. I'm not sure if that is also a thing in Germany, but I think I did hear about this being a thing in general before.
じゃあ形だけでも村長さんとかが聡子の保護者になってくれればいいんじゃないのか？
Then shouldn't we have the mayor or someone else become Satoko's guardian, if only on paper? Then she'd be in the same position as Rika-chan. I think Rika-chan, due to her position in Hinamizawa in general, got some special treatment, so I don't think Satoko is gonna be allowed to get the same kind of treatment, especially since she also has family that is still alive. And she could go back to her old life.
ところがそうはいかないの。
Too bad it won't work.
だっておじだって保護者のつもりなんだもん。
That's it. I mean, her uncle is supposedly her
ちょっと
guardian.
待て。
Wait a minute.
わけがわからなくなったぞ。
You lost me there.
そもそも保護者ってなんだ？
What's a guardian exactly anyway? In legal terms, a guardian and a parent weren't necessarily synonyms. I mean, yeah. So whoever was actually looking after her at home would be considered her guardian.
ならおじは保護者じゃないな。
Then her uncle isn't her
ず
guardian.
っと聡子をほったらかしにしてた。
He left Satoko by herself for so long. The sad part about this is that the thing that matters is what is written on paper, and since he is her guardian on paper, it doesn't matter if he's actually, a good guardian and actually doing what he's supposed to do. As long as he doesn't get caught, of course. If he does get caught, being a neglectful guardian, then it does matter. I got really special treatment, if that's what's being mentioned, was an easy process. It could be abused in a lot of bad ways. Exactly. This is not something that you just easily do. She has a special position and, got special treatment due to that as well.
でも保護者だと主張されたらそれまでだよ。
But if he insists he's her guardian, then that's it.
聡子が連れ戻されてから数日、
It's been a few days since Satoko was taken back to her house.
その間の食事代はおじの財布から出てるよね。
Her uncle's been paying for her meals since then, right?
一応面倒を見てると主張できなくもない。
He is sort of looking after her, so he'd probably insist.
それに1年間聡子をほったらかしたとはいえ、最初の1年間は生活の面倒を見た実績がある。
And even though he abandoned her for a year, he'd already looked after her for the whole year before that.
でも村長にはその実績はない。
But the mayor doesn't have that kind of history.
意地悪なおじさんと村長さんが同時に保護者を主張したら、おじさんの方が強いってこと？
Yep. So then, if both the mean uncle and the mayor requested guardianship at the same time, the uncle would make more sense? Especially since he's also immediate family.
その可能性が高いってこと。
No, but he'd have a better chance, for sure. It also, of course, depends. If they find out that he is actually abusing her, if they do get some consistent proof, they would reconsider this and, give someone else a chance to, I guess, apply for guardianship, if that's how you call it, if that's even a word. I can also see how Irie would be technically a runner-up for, requesting to be her guardian. I don't know if that's better, though. Maybe. I hope.
それに保護者ってのは実際に面倒を見てる人を指すんだよ。
The term guardian refers to the person actually caring for her,
実
right?
際に寝床や食事を握ってるおじと名義だけ貸そうとしてる村長じゃどうにもならない。
The uncle actually has a bed and food for her, but the mayor would just have his name. It wouldn't even be a contest.
じゃあ村長が実際に生活の面倒を見ればいいじゃないか。
Then shouldn't the mayor just start caring for her for real? This dude, here, this is just some random dude being mayor. I don't think he actually gives a shit.
そうすれば名実ともに村長が保護者になれるんだろう。
He probably has his hands full with other stuff too, and specifically with the history of Satoko's family, I don't think he would be even considering this. He'd be her guardian in name and reality if he did. We just need to shelter Satoko. That might lead to her uncle being desperate to take her back, but will stubbornly refuse
そ
him.
んな簡単にはいかないよ。
It won't be that easy.
サトコは育ち盛りの女の子なんだよ。
Satoko is a growing girl, you know.
人間一人の面倒を見てくださいなんて、猫の子預けるのとはわけが違う。
It's not like giving someone a cat. You're asking him to take care of a real person. Yeah, he has to actually want to do this and have the capacities to do this. She's completely right here. That's bad precedent. Just because that uncle supported the kid for a year, disappearing and leaving her alone for a year should not be accepted. Just generally, them knowing he was gone for a year should have had impact in some way. I think that's what they said as well, that, you know, it doesn't automatically mean that they'll disregard all of that, what had happened, but they will also consider the time that he did care for her and the fact that he did come back and is supposedly caring for her. It'll factor into their decision making. It doesn't mean that they'll, you know, because of his history, they'll just say, "Oh, yo, okay, you can definitely be her guardian." It just makes it more likely. And since the mayor has like absolutely no history with her of caring for her or anything like that, it wouldn't be a battle because of the previous history the uncle has. It doesn't matter as much that he did abandon her for a whole year, unfortunately.
じゃあ監督
Then coach,
監督はどうだよ。
what about coach?
監督ってよくは知らないけど裕福なんだろ。
Coach, I don't know, he's got a lot of money, right?
自分で言ってたくらいなんだし、
He even said it
本
himself.
当の親でなくても保護者になれるなら監督でも可能なんだ。
Even if he's not her real father, coach could become her
監
guardian.
督なら聡子の面倒を立派に見てくれる気がする。
Coach he would be great at taking care of her.
だから、
Okay, yeah, Keiichi is going a little crazy. I think idiot, maybe he does have some history of taking care of her, but it's a tough battle. This wouldn't be a surefire way, and they did say that they shouldn't do any rash decisions. So trying to push this when there's no 100% guarantee that he would get custody for Satoko, yeah. Have we seen the mayor? I don't think we saw him. We heard of him during the last chapter where he was, well, kidnapped and killed. But we never saw him. I don't even know if they gave him a voice. I don't think we ever saw any dialogue with him. So yeah, we know him by name. Keiichi's going off the handle again. Yeah, this is exactly what I was afraid of. It won't stop here, I'm afraid.
サトコをペットみたいに考えないでって。
Stop thinking of Satoko like a pet.
ケイちゃんはさっきからサトコを誰かに押し付ける話ばっかり。
All you're doing is talking about pushing her onto someone else.
人間一人の生活の面倒を見る責任ってものをもっと慎重に考えて。
You need to think more seriously about how much responsibility it is to care for another human being.
監督に聞いたの。
Did you ask him?
サトコを引き取って面倒を見るってちゃんと確約を得たわけ。
Did you get an actual promise from him that he'd take Satoko under his care? We sort of did. He did say that he considered adopting her, so technically, he could be the most likely candidate. He did have a voice, I think. In a flashback when Shion was conversing with Keiichi, I think. Boy. You might be right. I don't remember 100%. If he did, it was for a very short amount of time. We do know that he has hemorrhoids, though. Maybe that'll be relevant again. Who knows? Don't think so, but just to keep in the back of your mind.
そんなの得てないよ。
No, I didn't. We did, actually.
でも監督なら絶対に OK するだろ
But Coach would definitely say yes.
まあいいよ。
Huh, well, fine.
100歩譲って監督が OK したとするよ。
Even considering the 0% probability of Coach saying it was okay, then what?
でもダメなんだよ。
It still wouldn't work.
保護者は独身じゃダメなんだよ。
He couldn't become a guardian all by himself. Oh, is this... does he need someone else in the household? I mean, this is the 80s, so I'm guessing... other sex partner. Yeah, I don't trust Irie here. He's weird and is obviously... and is absolutely set up to be a bigger creep in disguise. Oh, I sure hope not. He's already a creep. I really hope he doesn't get any worse. That's right. Coach, didn't he say it himself? He was alone, so he couldn't do it. Shit, what the hell? I mean, they did say that technically Rika isn't adopted. The mayor is just a guardian on paper. So does that mean the same rules apply? You need to have 2 adults taking care of the kid being adopted? So he does need some sort of partner in the process of adoption or, you know, signing up to be her guardian. Shit, what the hell? Why is being single such a disadvantage in this society? Then all you could do is marry into a wealthy family, couldn't you? If it was that
そん
easy.
なお金持ちはいるのかな。
Is there anyone that wealthy in Hinamizawa?
難しそう。
I'm not sure.
ね。
See?
簡単じゃないんだよ。
It's not simple.
人間一人引き取るってのは。
It's hard to adopt someone.
誰かに押し付けようなんて短絡的な考えがそもそもダメなの。
And you can't go into it thinking you'll push Satoko onto someone else just for a little while.
考えが浅いんだよ、ケイちゃんは。
You're being naive, Kei-chan. I mean, she's very young. They'd have to be okay with taking care for her for like at least another, 10 years? Myon is quote-unquote wealthy, right? Yeah, but Myon is not gonna marry Irie. Aside from that not being legal, that would be weird as heck.
なんなんだよチクショーチクショー
Shit, damn it. What the hell?
俺は必死にサトコを救おうと考えてるのにダメだってそればっかり
I'm desperately thinking of how to save Satoko, and all you're saying is no, no.
お前ら本当はサトコのことなんかどうでもいいんだろ
Don't you care about Satoko at all? She does. You just have to go about this in a very realistic way, and she's trying to keep you from flying off the handles and doing irrational things, which you're gonna be doing anyway.
仲間のこと本気で心配してないんだろ
Are you even worried about our friend one bit?
どうなんだよ
What do you have to say for yourself?
そんな。
That is such a shitty thing to say. What the fuck, man? He's hurting, but Jesus, that's a lot even for Keiichi. That's...
そんなつもり。
I
ない
didn't
よ。
mean that.
でも、そう簡単にはいかないっていうか。
But it just won't be that easy, and
そんな難しい話じゃねえだろ
it's not that difficult a problem. It is.
裕福な奴がサトコをしばらく面倒見てくれればいいそれだけのことだぞ
He doesn't get it. We just need to have some rich people look after Satoko for a while, that's all.
そうだミオンチはどうだよ
Right, what about your family,
お
Mion?
前御三家とかいう立派な家柄なんだって自慢してたよな
You always brag about how great it is to be being one of the 3 families or whatever, don't you?
話じゃものすごいでかい家に住んでるそうじゃないか
From what you've said, you must live in a gigantic house.
うち
My house?
無理無理。そんなの、バチャが許してくれるはずない。
No, that won't happen. My grandma would never allow it.
じゃあ沖宮に住んでる親はどうだよ
Then what about your relatives in Okinomiya?
聞いた話じゃ こっちもかなりの豪邸に住んでるらしいじゃないか。
From what I heard, they're living in luxury themselves.
町には親類の経営する店がたくさんあるそうだし。
There's plenty of shops of your relatives mansion. What? Oh, there's plenty of shops your relatives manage in town too.
立派な資産家じゃないかよ、おい。
Your family are basically millionaires, aren't they? This isn't the point, though. It's not about who has the most money to be able to adopt Satoko. This is about who is the best fit to take care of her. This isn't just about money. Mion's family has no ties to Satoko whatsoever. Heiichi is doing getting killed by your friend speed run. He's getting killed for sure this time around as well. And he has a target set by himself on his back. I understand his frustration, I really do, but the way he's going about it is not going to yield results, or is not going to yield results that he would be okay with.
ダメダメダメ
No, that won't work.
沖宮の家なんてもっとダメ
Going to Okinomiya is even more out of the
う
question.
ちのお父さんそんなの絶対に許さない
My father, he'd never let it happen, ever.
おいおいおいおい。
Hey.
普段は散々大物ぶりを自慢しといて、ここ一番で及び腰かよ。
Normally you act like some high and mighty bigwig, and now you're all spineless?
なんなんだよ。
What the hell?
お前、サトコを見殺しにする気かよ。
Are you just going to sit by and watch Satoko suffer?
そんなつもりはないけど
That's... No, I don't, but... You know, I wanted them to talk about this and talk this through. This is not the result I wanted.
そりゃ私だってサトコを助けてやりたいよ
I want to help her as much as
で
you.
もそれとこれじゃ話が
But that's a different story.
話が違うってのかよ。
How is it a different story?
冷てえやつ。
How can you be so cold-hearted?
仲間の危機だろ。
Your friend is in trouble.
ここで救わなかったら何なんだよ。
What are you if you don't rescue her? I feel like he's talking about his own feelings here right now. He feels helpless. So he's letting it out on other people trying their best to help, but are obviously also not able to help. So he directs the words that are meant for himself basically at other people. He's projecting.
部長だろ。
You're our president.
部活の
Our club president.
救えよ。
Save her.
仲間の危機をよ。
Save her from this crisis.
今ここで救わなかったら仲間じゃねえ。人じゃね
If you don't save her right now, you're not a friend. You're not even human.
え。お前の人間性が問われてるんだよ。
I don't know if you have any humanity left in you.
聞いてるのかよ。見ろ。
Are you listening to me, Mion? My emotions all exploded out of me, and I didn't even give her a chance to say anything in response. I just wanted to make Mion agree with me, even if I had to force her. If she did, Satoko's problems would be solved. If pushing her would solve this issue, then I'd push her as much as I needed to. Wow, what a great friend you're being, buddy.
何さっきから黙り込んでんだよ。
Why aren't you saying anything anymore?
聞いてるのかこの野郎。
I'm asking you, asshole!
どうなんだよ。なんとか言ってるよ。園崎見よ。
Say something, Mion Sonozaki! I did not expect him to go this ballistic on Mion, but here we are.
みー
Me? Mion, looking down with a grim face, began sobbing. Her hands were clenched into trembling fists, and she rubbed her eyes to wipe away the tears. Was what I said actually that mean? Yeah? Were you even listening to yourself, dude? This isn't the time to cry. We're in the gambling room now, and we have to do something to save Satoko. And as I thought that, Rena spoke, her voice cold and incredibly calm.
ケイチくん
This is so sad. I did not think he would say these hurtful things to her right now. I'm a little bit shocked. I'm not gonna lie. This is not something I expected of him. I did expect him to fly off the handle, but this is a bit much even for him. Keiichi-kun,
みーちゃん家がダメなら他の裕福な家を探したら？
if Mi-chan's family won't work, then what if we look for another wealthy family?
私、ひなみ沢に立派な豪邸建てて住んでる人、知ってるよ。
I know someone in Hinamizawa who lives in a nice big house. This is exactly what I thought, but I didn't want to say it. Technically his own family, you know, is an option, and he also has history of taking care of Satoko, even if it is only for like, what was it, 2 days?
誰だよ。
Who's that?
白々しいよ。
Oh, come on.
あれだけ立派な家に住んでて、自分の家だけは蚊帳の外。
You've got a splendid family and you're leaving it out of things.
俺んちかよ。
Ah, look at that. Look at who doesn't want to take responsibility now. Blaming others. Great. My family.
俺の家は。
My family is... What is it?
仲間なんでしょ？救ってよ、圭一くんが。
You're friends, right? Save her, Keiichi-kun.
みーちゃんはダメだってさ、冷たいから。
Mi-chan is cold-hearted after all.
じゃあ仲間思いの圭一くんがお手本示さなきゃダメだね。
Since you're so considerate towards friends, you should lead by example.
あれだけ大きなお家に家族3人で住んでるんだっけ？
Just the 3 of you are living in that huge house, right?
じゃあ空き部屋なんかいくらでもあるよね。
And you've probably got plenty of spare rooms. Gosh, I love the voice actress's work right here. She sounds so angry without actually raising her voice or anything. She's doing such a good job. It's sounding absolutely pissed off and very sarcastic. It is amazing. I was thinking that as well, that a neck clapback is real deserved. I love this.
余ってるお部屋、いくつかさとこちゃんに分けてあげればいいじゃない。
You should just give a few of the empty ones to
そ
Satoko-chan.
れでめでたくさとこちゃんの悩みは解決。
And then her worries would be all over.
あら何？
What's this?
これでもう終わり？
We're done already?
あっけない話だったね。
That was pretty quick.
はい解決、お疲れ様。
Okay, great. Congratulations on solving the problem.
じゃあもう今日はいい？
Then, are we done for today?
私帰るね。ランランラン。
I'm going home! Hooray,
今
hooray!
日は久しぶりに宝探しにでも行こうかな。
Maybe I'll go treasure hunting. I haven't done that in a while.
昨日まではずっとさとこちゃんのことが心配で全然遊ぶ気になんかならなかったし、
I was so worried about Satoko-chan until now that I didn't feel like going to play at
今
all.
日はどんな宝物が見つかるかな。は
I wonder what I'll find today. How?
うなんか言ってよ。
Jesus. This is crazy. Wow, this escalated so quickly. Holy shit. I don't have any words for this right now. Wow, this is scary on a whole different level. Say something, will you?
私だけ喋りずくめ？
Am I the only one talking?
黙ってんじゃないわよ。聞いてんの？前原圭一。
Oh, that's a very scary expression you have there. I mean, fair, but still. Say something, you bastard. Are you listening, Keiichi Maebara? Even the cicadas seem to cower in fear. Then, her shoulders bobbing up and down, and me, who had forgotten to breathe. Mion, whose face had gone completely pale, and Rika-chan, who was keeping silent as if nothing had happened. The atmosphere in the classroom grew tight and stiff, and it petrified us where we stood. This scene right here, this is just utter disappointment in everyone's faces towards Keiichi. Everyone is so disappointed in us. For good reason. He was being such an asshole. He's doing the exact same as Keiichi, but like for a good reason. Like what Keiichi was doing was clearly out of frustration and everything, but Rena is actually standing up to Mion here. Obviously, this isn't much better. You know, she's obviously not doing anything to help the situation by being super sarcastic and aggressive, but I won't say that he doesn't deserve it. There obviously are better ways to handle the situation, but they're all being emotional right now, though I understand her reaction very well. The sound of the chair as Rena sat back down after having stood up finally allowed everyone present to take a breath. Rena had shown me just how much I'd hurt Mion.
レナが怖いのです。
Rena scary indeed. After a few moments, Rika-chan cut into the frozen air.
うん。
Yeah,
ごめんね、リカちゃん。
I'm sorry, Rika-chan.
みーちゃんもごめん。
Mi-chan, I'm sorry to you too.
ケイイチくんには謝らなくてもいいよね。
I don't have to apologize to you, do I, Keiichi-kun?
あ
Yeah, he should be doing the apologizing right now, to be honest. I know, Keiichi deserves it. She's doing it to put a mirror up to him, yeah. And it's working. It doesn't make what she did right, but it makes him see what he did wrong. I think maybe it was the best thing to kind of snap him out of it.
ごめん
I'm sorry.
めちゃくちゃなこと言って悪かった
I'm sorry for being so unreasonable.
さっきのあれ、私に言ってたの？
Were you saying all that to me before?
みーちゃん睨みながら言ってたから、私てっきりみーちゃんに言ってるもんだとばかり思ってた。
You said it while glaring at Mi-chan, so I totally thought you were talking to her. Rena had such strength that you wouldn't have imagined it normally. All I did was spout terrible things as a wave of violent fury passed over me. I couldn't contend with her.
ミオンごめん
Myeon, I'm sorry.
頭に血が上ってた
I lost my cool. Come to think of it, I didn't understand what had gotten me that riled up. I thought of myself as Satoko's Nini. So I only had good intentions, that I'd think about it a little harder than everyone else, and yet
うん。
it's just so much frustration building up in these kids that they just have to let it out, and they unfortunately choose the worst possible ways to do that. Knowing Keiichi acting as insane as him is surprisingly effective. Yeah, it definitely snapped him out of it, which was good. Not a good situation overall, so I don't know. No matter what what Rena would have done, it's yeah. It's just a sucky situation overall. Lost his cool, that's one way to explain your psychotic breakdown. That was a bit more than, losing your cool, but yeah, he was probably bursting with emotions, learning that basically there's no way to help Sadako as of right now.
いいよ。
It's okay.
私こそ、ケイちゃんが一生懸命悩んでるのに、あれはダメ、これはダメばっかり言って。
You were worrying with everything you had, but all I was saying was that nothing would work.
ごめんね。
So I'm sorry.
私も悪かった。
I did something wrong too. Not really. I mean, this is such a shitty situation because, yeah, she was only, saying that no, this wouldn't work and not actually coming up with with actual solutions to the problem, but you can't expect a middle schooler to come up with solutions on the spot on a situation that is this complicated. Mion rubbed away the tears at the corners of her eyes with her fists and apologized as well. We bowed our heads to each other and then looked down without glancing at each other. Someone, I didn't know who, heaved a sigh. Satoko being tormented had been known about since last year. How had the tragedy back then saved Satoko? How had they brought it to an end? Right. In the end, nobody could do anything. All they could do was bear it patiently and wait for those agonizing days to end. I mean, last time someone killed her aunt, which resulted in her uncle bolting out of here. I don't know if killing the uncle in this situation would help at all. I don't think it would, because you would still have to find someone to sign up to be her guardian. And, knowing her status in this village, it's not gonna be easy. Aside from, having to find someone who's willing to take on the responsibility of taking care of a child, especially a child that was, a victim of abuse. That's a whole different story. You have to provide her with things that you might not be able to as a quote-unquote normal person. You have to know what you're doing. Mion's being a realist and Keiichi was going off the handle. Yeah. They are all just very emotional. Because Mion was also being very emotional in her responses towards Keiichi, so overall, just a very emotionally heated situation. All they could do was bear it patiently and wait for those agonizing days to end. That's right. The one who brought an end to those terrible days was some crazy drug addict nobody knew. Or Satoshi, we don't know that. On the night of Tatarigoroshi last year, their mean aunt had been beaten to death. But it hadn't been done to save Satoko or Satoshi. Right, it really was just a coincidence. Satoko's friends, who needed to do something for her most of all, could do nothing. The incident may have been a tragic one, but from Satoko's viewpoint, it was nothing less than a miracle. Yes, a miracle. A miracle only, one could only wait for.
待つしかないのかよ
Is waiting all
俺たちには
Uh?
we can do? Not for evidence of abuse, not for something that minor. Huh?
何をかな。
Wait, for what?
奇跡
A miracle. No one made fun of me for using such a crazy word. We couldn't come up with any solutions, so it was the only thing we could do.
無力なんだよ
We're
私たちは
powerless. I don't like that we have a bunch of middle to high schoolers. Sorry, I kind of lost track of the sentence as I started it. I don't like that we have middle to high schoolers having to take care of such a problem that is like super convoluted, that is even like troublesome for adults to come up with an idea to resolve this whole thing. How do we expect a group of a bunch of kids resolving the situation? With the uncle getting killed, I wonder if they will let Sadako live with Rika again after that. It's tough because you do need some form of legal guardian, and I don't think you can sign up a girl the same age that is also, underage as a guardian. I don't think it works that way, but I'm not sure. It might be okay legally, I don't know. That one word Mion dropped was the finishing blow. It was hot. My body was sticky with sweat. The worst month, June. And then we also have the Watanagashi festival coming up. I can only hope that her uncle ends up dead somehow or another. In any case, the current system there is failing massively. Yeah, they do really need some form of miracle to resolve the situation, it seems. Or, just someone with enough resolve to murder their uncle and step up to be a guardian of some sort, though it's not as easy as that. I walked forward quite a ways, then turned right where the rice fields ended. I'd never come here before, so I had no idea where to go. I got lost several times, so I may have taken quite a long way around. Maybe I should have gone back home and got my bike first. Someone? Spooky, you can do this? For Satoko? If only it was that easy. Yeah, I guess I am also a virtual character. Can I not transport myself into the world of Higurashi and adopt Satoko? What a great thing that would be. I bet a couple of people are really considering this. I hope so. Though, you never know. The situation that she finds herself after her uncle potentially gets killed and she ends up with someone else, you never have 100% proof that she's gonna be better off. Technically, there's a possibility that she could end up in a worse situation. Just saying. Unlikely, but possible. Very difficult situation overall. Maybe I should have gone back home and gotten my bike first. It would have made everyone else worry if I'd asked them. So I asked one of our other classmates where Satoko's actual house was. That house was originally her family's, apparently, not their uncle and his wife's. Their house had been bigger, so they'd taken it for themselves. Right here. Several houses all in a line. Over there. I don't like the fact that he's driving up to their house. Not driving. Cycling to their house. He's gonna end up doing something irrational. Please don't mess it up more than you already have, dude. Uncle dying isn't a solid solution. Yeah, they have to come up with a different kind of plan. Also, Iria being the guardian, knowing how he is would not improve things. I don't know. For now, he's just someone who drops the occasional weird comments, but you never know. Weird comments do hold some sort of truth, usually, so he could very much be a creep in disguise, waiting to be unleashed, which I don't want to test, to be honest. I don't want to find out. He's gonna go to Satoko's house. Yep, he's looking for the house right there. I was visiting Satoko's house, but didn't particularly intend to meet her there. I didn't mean to spy on the enemy, her mean uncle either. Maybe I just wanted to be a little closer to her as her Nini. Pretty words, but I didn't know if they were true. If what Tomita-kun and the others told me was right, it'd be this house. When I recognized it, my feet grew heavy. What did I come here for? My motive for coming here was absurd. When Mion had said at the end that we were powerless, it made me sort of frustrated. I just wanted to do something, anything other than waste the days away praying for a miracle. That's what made me come here. But that was all. Even if I were to witness her uncle actually tormenting Satoko, what could I do? It's not like you can take pictures or anything. It's not like he has some kind of cell phone or a camera. I think we looked it up one time when the first cell phone was being sold in Japan. It was like 1983, which is the exact year Higurashi plays in too, which is unlikely for him to have a cell phone with a camera too. He's having a death wish, and I bet Sadako does not want Keiichi to be there. Yeah, because it's gonna make everything worse. I don't think the uncle is actually gonna hurt him, because that would, obviously give some kind of proof that he is abusive, but it's not gonna make things easier on Sadako if he does get caught sniffing around their house. If that uncle sees Keiichi and recognizes that Sadako is concerned for him, then it would make things so much worse. Exactly. It's not gonna be a good situation, so I really hope he doesn't meet anyone there. Would I act like some comic book hero, punch the guy in the face and take Sadako away with me? And then live together somewhere far away? That was ridiculous.
俺は無力だ。
I'm powerless. The cicadas' voices, raised in chorus, sounded like they were scoffing at me. As though they were saying that if I couldn't do anything and wouldn't do anything, then I should go back home. You should go back home before you do something stupid. I heard a car approaching, so I got out of its way. But the car stopped right behind me, its horn honking shortly once. Annoyed, hadn't I gotten out of their way? I looked behind me, and a familiar face was looking at me out of the driver's seat window. Okay, this could be Oishi. This could be Irie.
監督、
Okay. I was like, oh, car? Are we gonna get into Oishi's car again? But not this time. Well, he's already there, and knowing Keiichi, he won't be leaving without making a mess. Yeah, she's gonna make the situation worse. I also thought it was Oishi for a second. Thank God, maybe... I don't know. What is he doing here? I don't know if this is good. I don't trust him 100% yet. Coach.
こんにちは、前原さん。
Hello,
こ
Maibara-san.
んなところでお会いするとは本当に奇遇です。
How unexpected to meet you all the way out here.
お家は近くなんですか？
Do you live nearby? Oh, sorry, let me readjust. Ugh. Me being here wasn't normal. Just as I considered somehow giving him the slip, I noticed Satoko sitting in the passenger seat. Oh! That is unexpected.
さとこ？
Satoko? Oh. Satoko got out of the car and began unloading a lot of groceries from the trunk.
買い物の帰りに偶然監督にお会いしたんですのよ。
I happened to run into Coach on my way back from shopping.
送ってくださるというのでお言葉に甘えたのですわ。
He said he'd bring me home, so I accepted his offer. Oh god, her voice... Oh, it's hurting me. It's actually hurting me. The voice actress did such a good job just portraying the pain in the voice without actually doing much work. I don't know how she does it. She just makes her sound so hurt and sad. He is probably doing something similar to Keiichi. Well, it seems like he just picked her up. Why he would do that, I have no idea. I took a short break. What happened? Well, Keiichi had a whole mental breakdown, yelling at Mion because they were talking about, possibilities to help out Satoko, and he was spouting nonsense, you know, trying to find an easy fix for the situation, even though it's not easy at all. Mion, you know, being a little bit of a realist, ended up just saying no to everything because it was quite unrealistic. But she didn't come up with any other solutions because how could she? He ended up saying terrible fucking things to her, which in turn made Rena also, you know, fly off the handle because she was insanely upset with how Keiichi reacted to the whole situation. Calling Keiichi names as well, you know, saying, oh, if it was that easy, why doesn't your family take her in, and so on and so forth. Making Keiichi see that he was a big fucking asshole. They basically all apologized to each other. And ended things there with the resolution that they are powerless to help Satoko as of right now, and Keiichi, for whatever reason, has made his way to Satoko's house, hoping to, I don't know, just feel closer to her, and we ended up seeing Irie taking Satoko home after grocery shopping. That's where we are right now. But yeah, I hope you had a good break. Yeah. Keiichi was approaching Satoko's house. Yeah. Exactly.
自転車でこんなに買い物をしたら運びきれませんからね。
She wouldn't have been able to carry all those groceries on her bike. As Coach spoke, he pulled Satoko's bike from out of the back seat where they'd put it. The grocery bags were big, and there were 4 of them. They all seemed to be packed full and very heavy.
この袋セブンスマート？
Those bags, 7 smart?
おいおい、自転車で行くにはちょっと遠すぎないか？
Hey, isn't that a little far to go by bicycle? I looked at the bags and saw that they were filled to the brim with sake bottles, snacks that you'd eat with sake, and boxes of cigarettes. Holy shit. It's not even groceries for the 2 of them. It's mostly just stuff for this scumbag. Their weight was one thing, but the contents were nothing less than luxury items. What a fucking... I just get angrier and angrier.
監督のおかげで助かりましたわ。
How's she even able to buy all of this? Is she allowed to buy this? Like even here in Germany, like even if you did get like some sort of permission slip for like from your parents to buy cigarettes and alcohol, they wouldn't let you buy it. You have to be a certain age to buy it. How does she do this? I made it thanks to Coach. She helped me
ちょっ
out.
と坂道は辛かったですから。
It was a little difficult going up those hills. How indeed. I really hope that idiot didn't end up buying this shit for her. I mean, someone has to help her because otherwise she's gonna be in some trouble, or it's just okay for kids to do this in Japan, which I can't imagine, but I don't know. Satoko gave Coach a smile filled with gratitude. But it was incredibly awkward and even, heart-rending?
サトコ、
I'd say it all in unison. It's the 80s. Oh, yeah, maybe things were different back then. I mean, they were allowed to smoke in public places too. Although I think this was around the time things were changing a bit because we did have that one chapter where Oishi got called out for smoking in the non smoke area in Angel Mort. That shouldn't be allowed anywhere. I agree. Okay, before we get knees deep into this conversation, unfortunately, I used up all of my snoozes earlier trying to get through the conversation before, and we have another ad break coming up, which is just incredibly soon. How is time passing so quickly today? But yeah, let's take that quick ad break right now, and yeah, come back to finishing this conversation, which is probably gonna end this chapter too because it is already sunset, and usually, you know, with the exception of last chapter, we end on the day's end. So yeah. Let me pull up my be right back screen or chibi. Let me fish. And if you need to rest your eyes, stretch your legs, get a drink, or get a snack, feel free to do that right now. And I will be right back. All right, I'm back. Let me get rid of that. 80s is around the time things that slowly start to pick up with smoking probations. Yeah, I think so too. Yeah, since we did have that scene in Angel Mort, I was already thinking that was probably the case. So, I don't know. I can't imagine this being that easy for Satoko, but who knows? Oh my god, you've already caught up with me in terms of gold. I need to get some rare fish. A duck ghoul. Anyway, let's try to. Ugh. Okay, wait, let me sit down differently again. Yeah, that's much better. Let's try to get through this without doing anything stupid now, shall we, Keiichi? Satoko,
この買い物今晩の晩飯ってわけじゃないだろ
these groceries aren't for dinner tonight, are they?
当然ですわ。
Of course not.
私、お酒なんか飲めませんし、おつまみも嫌いですし、
I do not drink sake and I hate
タバ
snacks.
コなんか吸うわけ。
Of course, I don't smoke either. He made Satoko go to a distant store by herself on her bike so she could buy dumb shit like this. And what was the uncle doing right now anyway? He must have been working up a good sweat at this very moment if he needed to send Satoko out by herself, right? Oh, hello, Sparklin! How are you? Welcome in! And thank you for the hydrate, untrimmed and stretch, and head pad! Thank you, thank you! Let me do that real quick. Oh, Kate, you're not doing something stupid. That's a very tall order you have there. You know, gotta keep some hope in your system, right? Can't flush it all out just because of Keiichi. You're so naive. Yeah, I think he's just, being a little sarcastic here. I think he knows that her uncle is not doing anything important right now that would constitute sending Satoko to buy all of this shit. Good just watching the Twilight Zone and drying off the laundry. Oh gosh, I haven't, Twilight Zone. Is that the movies for Twilight or is that something different? I haven't watched that in, oh god, who knows how long. Too long, maybe not long enough, depending on your opinion. The old show, yeah, I only know it was movies, right? Gosh, it's been so long. Yeah. But yeah, I hope you're enjoying it. Spooky? What? If not, then how much had Satoko suffered for no reason? I hadn't intended to voice my feelings, but they may have made it into my face. Coach might have noticed because he clapped me on the shoulder. Just then, one of the house's windows clattered open. Oh no, this can't be good. Oh no, this is bad. And the face of a vulgar man, the very sight of which made me immediately avert my eyes, emerged from within it. Great. Perfect. Cool. This is, not what I wanted to happen, but it is what we get. There's one movie and a small reboot of a few episodes. Well, I guess I only watched that one movie. I don't know the show, so yeah. Well, I hope you're enjoying it. There were no self-introductions necessary. My gut told me that this was the uncle in question. The first thing out of his mouth should have been words of gratitude for Satoko.
さとこ缶のガスかけっぱなしで出よったんなこの
You left the heat for the sake on when you left, you half-wit.
ごめんなさい。
I'm sorry.
でもすぐに買いに行けって言ったから。
Heat for sake? Do you heat up sake? I'm sorry, but you told me to go right
や
away.
かましいわ。
Shut up.
せっかくの銀座台無しにしよってん。
You've gone and ruined it, and it was the good stuff too.
どうしよってんじゃ。
What'll you do about it?
ごめんなさい、ごめんなさい、ごめんなさい。
I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Satoko miserably apologized over and over, bowing again and again. She could be perfectly described as a small animal. I had no idea what was happening. Satoko finished shopping for all this heavy stuff that wasn't even for dinner. She only managed to come back because she ran into Coach and he drove her home. If she hadn't been found by him, she'd surely still be by herself, panting and moaning and pedaling her bicycle up that steep hill. What was with those words, those horrible, sleazy words that he said to Satoko? What country's dictionary did it tell him to say such things? To a young girl who just finished shopping, for him no less, nothing for her, no dinner, no nothing. The first thing he says is fucking, oh my god. He just complains to her, even though she's doing her best. And with this, it makes me think that he'll probably physically hurt her later on as well as a punishment or something. Some fucked up thing for her to quote-unquote learn from this. Which, my gosh, I don't even want to imagine. Keiichi's gonna flip and yell at him. To be honest, I don't blame him. If he's gonna fucking fly off the handles again, I wouldn't blame him. It would be incredibly stupid, but holy shit, it is hard to detain yourself in this sort of situation. I would certainly fly off the handles seeing this. My anchor, of course, wouldn't reach him. The uncle displayed no interest in me, instead shouting at Coach.
おや、
Oh,
入江の先生じゃないですか。
if it isn't Dr.
こん
Irie.
にちは。
Hello, hello.
そしたら先生も上がっていきますか。
Why didn't you come on inside
も
too?
うオーラスですからすぐ入れますよ。
We're in the last round, so you can get in right away.
ピンのワンツー、何でもありで。
100 yen per 1,000 points, and anything goes. So they're having a nice little gaming session right now while she's out shopping. Oh my fucking... Ugh.
いえ、遠慮します。
No, I'll pass, thank you.
さとこちゃんとは偶然お会いしたんで、ちょっとお送りしてあげただけです。
I just ran into Satoko-chan and gave her a lift is all.
すぐに失礼します。
I'll be leaving now.
そんな、ちょっとぐらいやってってくださいな。
Oh, nah, come play
先生
around.
お金持ちじゃないですか。
You've got a lot of money, yeah? Dirty fucking... Guess they're playing mahjong? I guess so. Oh, this is just making me so angry. I wish I could just fucking go in there and strangle this guy myself. Jesus. I didn't even understand what her uncle and coach were talking about. But I knew one thing for sure. None of what he just said had been thank you to Satoko in any way.
さとこ、とっととカーキも持ってこんかい。
Satoko, could you bring us the damn snacks?
A
Hey,
body
Sabi
has
Damuta.
been discovered!
And start getting those beers chilled too. Hello Suzu, how are you? Welcome in. That body is gonna be discovered because of me, because I'm gonna fucking strangle the life out of him.
冷蔵庫から冷えてるの出してくれな。
Go get us some cold ones from the fridge.
てっちゃん、娘に厳しすぎや。
Thug? I like how he's just called Thug. There's no other name they could have chosen for this guy. Te-chan, you're so harsh on
も
her.
うちょい言いたわらんとかわいそうやで。
She looks so sad. You should take better care of her.
あんな娘にはこのくらいでちょうどいいよ。
This is how I gotta treat her.
兄貴んちにいた頃からそうだよ。
She's been like this since she was with my bro. What does that even mean? Like this, a normal kid? God forbid she's allowed to be normal. I'm comfy in bed. Well, this is not such a comfy story, but I hope you can continue to be comfy. Cheat idiot out of his money to buy more crap and repeat that cycle all the while abusing Satoko. Yeah, can this guy get any worse, to be honest? That's someone else that's there? Yeah, I know, but I like that they just called him Thug.
甘やかすと親の言うことをなんも聞かんやっちゃよ。
Spoil her, and she ain't gonna listen to a damn thing you say. Shit.
それよか、てっちゃんの妻だぜよ。
didn't they say that her parents also treated her like shit? I remember Mion saying something like that her parents and also her uncle and aunt treated her like shit. I don't know if her parents treated her to this degree as well. Might not have been a coincidence that they also fell off, you know. Might have been, might not have been. I'm surprised they didn't show Tepe's sprite yet. I don't know, does he have one? Maybe he doesn't get one. I for sure don't want to see his dirty face. Gonna sleep? Alright, have a good night, Suzu. Thanks for dropping by. Take care of yourself, and hope you have a good night's sleep. So everybody of that family was rotten? Great, yep. At least that's what Mion said. I don't know how much truth there is to it, but yeah.
Tsubaki-san, reach shot de.
Tsubaki-san declared Riichi too.
Oh, worry.
Sorry.
なんね。Tsubaki, あんたまたリーチかいな。
What? You and Riichi again, Tsubaki? It looked like it wasn't just her uncle. Some of his friends were over. Hey, wait. What was he... No, what were they doing? Flinging rude words left and right? Making Satoko go shopping for your beer? What were they doing?
町からおじさまのお友達が来てて、麻雀やってますの。
My uncle's friends came from town and they're playing mahjong.
お友達のお夕食もご用意するように言われてますのよ。
He told me to prepare dinner for them as well. Jesus Christ, look at her! Look at this poor girl. I can't stand to look at this sprite. This is, actually, while we're at it, can also look at the pain that she's experiencing on the original sprite. Yeah, that doesn't make it better, unfortunately. This is, just a horrible overall. Living with Rika was the best thing to ever happen to Satoko, 100%. Oh, man. As rough as it must have been on two girls living on their own, this is the worst possible situation she's currently in. That truly was the best moment in her life, probably. And that's sad, because it wasn't easy, for sure. Satoko being a damn bartender for these people, she's just a fucking... What did they call her? A slave? Yeah, that's basically what she is. She's being treated like shit, she's being abused, she has to do all of this work, has no time for herself, any mistake that she makes will be punished. This is just horrible.
なんだよ、それ。
What the hell? Mahjong? He called his friends over for mahjong? They were too busy playing, so they sent Satoko to buy them a crap load of booze from a faraway store. And the first thing he said to her was how she left the gas on? What the hell? What the hell? What the hell?
何やってんだよ、あいつ。
Okay, calm down, Keiichi. We need to... I understand, but we need to calm ourselves down. It's fine. It is not fine, but we need to pretend like it is. What does that guy think he's doing?
麻雀ってそんなのに遊びほうけてサトコにこんなのを買いに行かせるのかよ。
Who could get lost in some dumb game of mahjong and send Satoko to buy all this stuff? Even though Coach was listening, he pretended he wasn't. There was a line of heavy-looking shopping bags lined up on the ground next to the trunk.
さあ、前原さんも手伝ってあげてください。
Yeah, unfortunately, we have to pretend like this isn't happening in order to protect Satoko. Which is only gonna do so much. No one in the village has a fucking clue, yeah. Oh, it's not like they don't have a clue. I'm pretty sure that a lot of people, you know, they did mention her uncle being bad. I think they have some inkling of an idea that she's being abused, especially if he's willing to yell all of this shit with an open window. I think some people probably know what's going on, roughly. But what are they gonna do? They aren't gonna do anything. They're gonna put themselves in this sort of situation to take care of her, especially since they don't give a shit about this family. Ichi's gonna walk up to his mom and say, "Mom, where can we buy a gun?" You have to look no further than Mion with a gun. It may be, you know, a fake gun, but it can do some damage if you wanted to. It's gonna flip, and him going nuts will only make things worse for Satoko. He just has to flip out and quiet. I know it's gonna be hard, but, you know, let the frustration out some other way. Idiot's classic sprite is not helping him. No. I also like how his hair kind of blends in with his skin. It's just, I don't know. Guy isn't helping himself with these looks. Maibara-san, you help too, please.
ほら、男の子なんですから、こっちの重い袋を持ちましょう。
You're a boy. You gotta carry this heavy one.
監督
Coach,
こんなのまかり通っていいんですか
you're gonna let this slide?
こんなの絶対に
This is completely... Coach pretended he hadn't heard that violent outburst either. When I thought about it later, his reaction might have been the best thing he could do in that situation.
私も2つ持ちますから。
It is, unfortunately, the only thing he can do in this situation because he knows that flipping out is gonna only make things worse. He knows that this isn't ideal, but what is he gonna do? He can't change it as of right now. All he can do is help Satoko in whatever way he can. Which is what he's doing. Gotta wonder who was selling all the booze and smokes to a small kid. You'd think people seeing a kid carry all that stuff would send a message, but I guess not. I mean, he did send her to a faraway store, so, I mean, probably nothing they can do even if they do get a sense that something is wrong. I'll carry 2 of them myself. Come on.
前原さんも持つのを手伝ってあげてください。
Help us carry them, please. The bags were packed to the brim with bottles of sake and bar snacks. They were so heavy. And so filthy, so unfair. They weren't just heavy in terms of weight. They made me feel mortified. Nothing could have been heavier than that.
ケイチさん、無理しないでいいんですのよ。
Heichi-san, there's no need to push yourself.
私も持ちますわ。
I'll carry it. Satoko mistook my biting back the humiliation as grimacing under the weight and offered to help.
バカ
Stupid.
俺をなめるな
Don't underestimate me. Satoko had never looked down on my physical strength in the slightest. She's just, she doesn't want to bother him with this, which is awful because, she's not a bother at all, but she feels like she is. I like Rugishi's art a lot, but one thing that doesn't really click is how big Satoko is. She's quite big, yeah. I think she's just really close to Keiichi's point of view, so...
監督もすみませんわね。
I think he just put them all around the same spot on the screen, so they all kind of look the same height, even though they definitely aren't. Coach, I'm sorry for you
重
too.
いでしょ。
It must be heavy. No, not at all, answered Coach, smiling vaguely. Coolly. But I alone knew. Coach was an adult, so he just knew how to keep his feelings from showing. There was even more anger than I was feeling, burning deep in his eyes.
いや、
EDA has also been witnessing the abuse of Satoko for, you know, probably quite a few more years than Keiichi, so he has been trying to suppress these emotions for far longer. Probably wasn't easy for him in the beginning too. Uncle is probably gonna whine about the fact that Satoko isn't carrying the stuff. I wouldn't be surprised. No, I wouldn't be surprised if she gets punished for inconveniencing other people. It'd be kind of strange if she and Irie were on the screen at the same time. Weren't they earlier? I think they were.
重いですね。
Well, it is heavy. Shit. It wasn't very far to the doorstep of Satoko's house, but the bag squeezed my palms and started leaving red marks. Can you just imagine how heavy this must be for her? Fury welled up in me, and the back of my throat stung. But even if it all came gushing out, it wouldn't solve anything. So, just tightly gritting my teeth was as much as I could do.
にありがとうございますですわ。
Really, thank you so much,
監督も圭一さんも
both of you.
おかげで本当に助かりましたでございます。
You really helped me here. After we carried them back to the door, after we carried them to the back door, Satoko said that was enough. Occasionally, we'd hear the repulsive laughing of her uncle and his friends from within, and my insides would seethe. I meant that in the classic style, they'd be around the same size. Oh yeah, I know what you mean. I think during the after party or tea party, whatever you want to call it, during the end of the chapters, they're all on the same they're all on the screen at the same time often. And I think I tried it out at one point, and if I remember correctly, they were definitely all the same size, which was kind of odd. And since the sprites are like pretty big, they end up covering each other if there's more than one person on the screen. Like she's almost entirely covering up 50% of the screen. So in the classroom where we had Rika, Rena, and Mion on the screen, someone would have been covered. I think even with the console sprites, Mion's hands ended up being a bit covered by Rena. I can't get over how amazing Higurashi sprites are. I love them, but to be honest, I feel like the better experience is with the console one, since they do take up a little bit more space and actually, you know, allow Satoko to look like a kid and actually her size compared to, you know, Irie, for example, which is just why I use these usually. She was needing to carry that with a bike. Yeah, I don't know. I really hope she had like some kind of basket, but she also mentioned that it was up a hill, so that wouldn't have been pleasant. I'm really glad that Irie somehow ended up meeting up with her and offered to ride her home, and that she accepted too, because I'm surprised that she would accept that offer. Try not to inconvenience anyone. I knew they weren't ridiculing us, and that was why it made me so mad. They'd made Satoko shop for all this heavy, selfish stuff, then ignored her and laughed amongst themselves as they pleased. It was deeply aggravating. Of course, Coach had to have felt the same way, but if he accidentally let his feelings slip onto his face, he'd only cause Satoko more worry. He knew all that and spoke coolly, as if to say he didn't care.
いいえ、
Not at all.
ささやかでもお力になれたなら幸いです。
I'm happy I could be a bit of help for you. Okay, we can compare it right now. Yeah, this is what we mean. They're almost the same size, which is a bit odd. So that is exactly why I prefer the console one. What is it like for the manga? Oh my god. Okay, I didn't think Irie could look any worse, but he looks, well, not great with this sprite specifically. I don't know what it is. The proportions of his face look kind of odd. He looks not great. It's really not doing Irie any favors. This one is the worst one, I feel. No shame on you, Irie. You know, you do you, but you're, yeah. The folds on the shirt are kind of, oh yeah, that's what I was thinking too. They're kind of placed a little randomly. I'm not quite sure what happened here with the folds. Yeah, not the best sprite. I think this one is the one, you know, where he looks the best in. I still feel like the console sprites are the closest to the anime, which just feel the most normal and familiar to me.
お手伝いできそうなことがあったらいつでも言ってくださいね。
If there's anything else I can help with, please tell me.
ええ、
Yes,
お気持ちだけでも本当に嬉しいですわ。
I really am happy you feel that way. But he feels that way. Those words were sad. Satoko herself was sad and resigned that we could only help her so much. But she was right. No matter how much Coach or I want to help Satoko, this was as much as we could do. I felt absolutely ashamed at not having the power to help her any more than this. Burning, boiling emotions were bubbling up within me and rising into my throat. Trembling all over, I almost started to cry from my fury. Oh god, I know how this feels. Seeing someone be treated so unfairly that you just kind of want to fucking burst. I understand how he feels, and I wouldn't blame him for fucking exploding right now, but I'm glad he isn't doing that yet.
俺も力になれることがあったらいつでも力を貸すから。
Me too. If there's anything I can do, I'll help you whenever you need. The worst part, almost, is that, you know, aside from all the abuse going on and everything, she must be remembered of Satoshi during this entire time too, how he would stand up for her and protect her, and how, well, he isn't here anymore, and you know, by her uncle being back here and being reminded of all of that, she just gets reminded of Satoshi as well and how he is no longer here. Which makes this already awful situation somehow even worse.
その頑張れよな。
So, hang in there. I wanted to at least give her those trite words saying that I'd help her if, whenever she wanted.
ええ、
Yes,
ありがとうございますわ。
thank you very much.
わざわざこうしてここまで来てくださっただけでも嬉しかったですわ。
I'm happy just that you came all the way here when you didn't need to. Satoko seemed to have guessed what I was doing in a place like this. And my house was in the opposite direction from school.
さ
Alright,
あ、もう行った方がよろしいですわ。
you should get going.
今は酔っ払ってますから、どんな難癖をつけられるかわかりませんわよ。
They're drunk right now, so there is no telling what they'll get mad at you for. She felt guilty getting us involved after we'd helped her, because she wanted to be the only one to suffer this misfortune. Yeah, now that Satoshi is gone, she has to be the one also protecting other people from, you know, her uncle and everyone else. I don't even want to think about if, since she said they, if, you know, the others occasionally join in on the abuse, I really, 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 really hope that is not the case. That's how it looked, and it hurt. I handed my supermarket bag over to Satoko. And then I noticed on the back of Satoko's hand, there was something that looked like a bruise.
おいサトコ、このあざどうしたんだよ。
Hey, Satoko, what the heck is that bruise? I knew as much as anyone else how transparent that sounded. I didn't need to hear it from Satoko to know how this bruise came to be.
階段で転んだ時にちょっと打っただけですのよ。
I just slipped on the stairs and hit it a little.
気になさらないでくださいませ。
Please pay it no mind.
嘘だろ。
You're lying. Coach nudged me in the back. And then he put his index finger to his mouth to chide me for being so loud. Oh, man.
本当にありがとうございましたですわ。
Yeah, you don't want to let on that you know. As much as it sucks, you just have to keep quiet about it for now anyway. Really, thank you so much.
では、学校でお会いできるといいですわね。
Until tomorrow, I hope we can see each other at school.
そんな話してないだろ。
That's not what I'm talking about.
その手のあざはどうしたって聞いてるんだよ。
Keiichi, please! Shut up, please! I asked you how you got that bruise on your hand. He's gonna lose it. The evening glow finally got to a point where I could see the other concealed oval-shaped bruises and traces of swelling. On her neck, and her legs, and other places too.
階段から落ちたんですの。
I fell down the stairs. Oh my god, they couldn't have made the scene more painful. The very moment my violent, rampaging emotions were about to burst their way out of my throat, I felt my mouth being tightly clamped down on. Coach was pressing down on my mouth from behind, wrapping around me tightly with his hands. Ah! Oh, this is so I don't know what to say. This is just the worst situation they have shown to us in this visual novel so far. Holy, this is... Oh, I have no words. This is just horrible. Because of that, I couldn't say anything. I could only groan, which I did. That was all I could do. I needed to expel all the magma sitting deep within me. Because otherwise, I'd surely explode into a million pieces that very moment. So I groaned. I groaned from my mouth, from my whole body, while heat fell in drops from my eyes. I groaned and groaned. I groaned to the point of exhaustion. He sounds... Yeah, I mean, the VA is doing a great job, but Keiichi... He's not a normal kid. He sounds like an animal right now. Keiichi, calm down. This is very frustrating, but you need to stay cool, buddy. They're gonna wonder what kind of animal you've let into the house if you keep doing this. Nice, whatever that sound is. I don't know. He just went feral, guys. Out of context, this is weird, yeah. I wrung absolutely everything out of myself. Even having lost my voice, I was still wringing it all out.
気持ちはわかります。
I understand how you feel.
わかりますから、前原さん。
I really do, Maebara-san.
今だけこらえてください。
Please just endure it for now.
お願いですから、前原さん。
Please, I'm asking you, Maebara-san. Endure it for now? And then what, huh? What would happen to her, to Satoko? Her body and mind were wounded, and she was being made to suffer like this. Can you not even let me howl in vain at it? Is that it, coach? Are we this powerless? So powerless that we can't even fucking scream from the bottom of our hearts? Oh man, give me one sec. This is, quite rough. Okay, I had to take a second to drink something to calm myself down because this is, probably one of the heaviest pieces of literature I've ever read. Or, you know, one of the heaviest scenes in literature I've ever read. Wow. The way he just expressed that just really, I don't know, that hit deep for some reason. The voices of the Higurashi made me calm down. I didn't know how long it had been. Satoko abruptly gave a slight bow.
ありがとうございますですわ、ケイチさん。
Thank you very much, Keiichi-san.
さとこ。
今、ケイチさんが本当のニーニーみたいに見えました。
Oh, please, Yukishi. I'm already struggling reading this. Why are you making this so hard? I'm in pain. I'm suffering. You looked a lot like my real Nini just now.
私の本当のニーニーはいなくなってしまったけど。
They're gonna make me cry during this, and I don't feel like crying right now. Jesus. Yeah, fucking A. This is so well written. Oh, Jesus. They're gonna make me fucking bawl at this chapter, aren't they? My real Nini may not be here anymore.
私にはケイチさんというニーニーがいてくれる。
But I have another Nini named Keiichi-san.
そうだ。
Yeah, you got it.
俺がお前のニーニーだ。
I'm your Nini.
お前が辛い時絶対に助けてやるから。
And when you're in pain, I'll help you, no matter what.
ニーニーがサトコをきっと助けてやるからな。
Your Nini will rescue you for sure. I have to go to bed now, but at least wanted to say hi. Hi, Toonie! Thanks for stopping by. Have a good night. Satoshi Hojo, you fucking idiot. If not now, then when? Satoko, she's never been in more pain in her life. I mean, what is he gonna do? He's just gonna take the hits for her. That he doesn't deserve this either. None of them do. Her Nini doesn't save her now, then when will he? Why did you run away? Why did you abandon her? Why did you leave Satoko behind? You don't have any right to call yourself Satoko's Nini.
俺は逃げないからな。
I won't run away.
絶対に逃げない。
I definitely won't run away.
サトシみたいに
Oh,
お前を見捨てて逃げたりしない。
you didn't have to say this, dude. I won't run away. I won't run away and abandon you like Satoshi did.
絶対に
No way.
俺はお前を見捨てない。
I will not abandon you. Tears trickled down from Satoko's eyes. And then she narrowed her eyes into a smile.
さよなら、
Goodbye,
ニーニー。
Nini. Satoko took her right hand and awkwardly waved to me.
大丈夫ですわ。
I'll be alright.
今のニーニーので、私、いっぱい力をもらいましたから。
My Nini now helped me so much.
大丈夫。
So I'll be okay.
明日まで頑張れますから。
I'll do my best until tomorrow.
大丈
I'll be
夫。
okay.
だから、
So
今日はさよならでございますわよ。
for today, this is goodbye. Why does this sound so final, like we won't be seeing her tomorrow? I do not like the way she's saying goodbye to us right now. There was no way that I could say, bye, see you tomorrow. And then, from inside the house came a throaty, disgusting voice.
サトコはよ乾きも持ってこんかい。
Could you bring us the snacks already?
さあ、ニーニー、
Okay, Nini,
早く行ってくださいませ。
get going already.
もう、私は大丈夫ですから。
I'll be fine now.
早く。
Hurry.
行きましょう前原さん。
Oh, dude, I can't read this. This is so awful. Oh, man. I'm gonna fucking bawl my eyes out at this. After stream, for sure. I'm holding it back, guys. I'm being the strong soldier for everyone. This feels really daunting. Yeah, this feels not great. I don't know how to feel about this goodbye. Let's go, Maebara-san.
これ以上は帰って聡子ちゃんに迷惑をかけます。
Staying any longer than this would be a bother to Satoko-chan. Knowing Higurashi, this chapter is gonna have a horrible, horrible, tragic end. So just thinking about that is not making me very hopeful for what's to come, unfortunately. It's only gonna go downhill from here, I presume.
監督、
Coach,
ニーニーのお家はちょっと遠いんですの。
Nini's house is a little far
申し
away.
訳ございませんが、送ってあげていただけます？
I'm sorry to ask you this, but could you take him home?
え
Yes,
え、わかりました。
I'll do that. Coach grabbed me by my collar, and the collar grabbing again. This chapter is full of it. With strength I couldn't have imagined him having, started dragging me away. And I, unable to oppose him, started getting farther away from Satoko. There's no way Keiichi's gonna think calmly through this. This is gonna be one hell of a ride, and I'm not sure I'm here for it. I think this is gonna be very, very painful, and I'm gonna cry one time, at least during this chapter. I'm already struggling a bit, but it's okay. Keiichi is gonna cry and bawl and scream, and I'm gonna do the same. It's fine. She waved her hand to us, expression still dark, and disappeared through the back door. Coach got into the car first, then turned around on a narrow path and brought the passenger side door around for me.
前原さんの気持ちは痛いくらいにわかります。
Hello, Becha. How are you doing? Welcome in. We're currently having a very emotional chapter. Trying to smile our way through this. Doing great. Hope you too. I was doing great. Now I'm not so sure after reading this very emotional chapter, but I'm glad you're doing good. I hope this doesn't disrupt that. I know how you feel, so well it
い
hurts.
え、前原さん以上にわかるつもりです。
No, I think I understand it more than you.
でも、今この場だけはこらえてください。
But right now, just for now, please endure it. And now Depresso Espresso coming right up. Oh, hello, Sed! How are you? Welcome in. It's been a while.
あなた
Hope
の
you're doing
心
good.
は確かに伝わりましたから。
She understood exactly how you feel.
だから、こらえてください。
So, please endure it.
でないと、
If you don't,
もう分かってます。
I know already.
すみません。さっきはありがとうございました。
I'm sorry. Thank you for before. I meekly got into the passenger seat. The car accelerated quietly, and Satoko's house grew farther and farther away in the rearview mirror. We made a wide turn, and then I couldn't see her house anymore.
え？
I can't believe they actually added some sound effects for the car driving.
あなたのお家、そんな遠くなんですか？
Is your house that far away? Hold on. If she lives this far away... Oh, wait, no, never mind. I was thinking about how she was cooking at Keiichi's house and drove all the way back home on her bike, but I remembered, of course, she was living with Rika at the moment, at that moment, so I guess it wasn't that far.
学校の反対側じゃないですか。
It's in the other direction from school, isn't it? I didn't bother to reply. I would have been hard-pressed to give him an answer as to why I was at Satoko's house. Coach didn't say anything anymore either. For a while, the two of us were silent, and the only sounds from the gravel spraying over the road as we drove. I remembered how Rena said things were different than last year. At the time, she had Satoshi with her. Satoshi protected Satoko, so that less of the sparks fell onto
で
her.
も今は、サトシはいない。
But now, Satoshi isn't here.
はい、
Yes,
残酷ですが、それが事実です。
that's the unfortunate truth. I feel like this specific statement is gonna make Keiichi even more likely to do very irrational things. Coach seemed to understand what I really meant when I said that.
悲しく、あまりに残酷な話ですが、
It's a terribly sad, cruel story.
私たちの決意や努力、尽力には限界があります。
But there's a limit to our resolve, our efforts, and our assistance. It sounded like an excuse, but he was right. Even if Coach and I wanted to be people Satoko could depend on, that was all. It ended at the front door. No matter how much I shouted that I would be her Nini, no matter how much I shouted that I wouldn't abandon her, and no matter how much Satoko called me Nini, I couldn't do any more than that.
サトシは一体どこに行っちまったんですか？
Maybe Keiichi can get adopted by this guy as well. Maybe then we can do some stuff. Not that, he would want that. Where on earth could Satoshi have gone? Right, Satoshi was another story. Her actual brother Satoshi was in a position to protect her far, far better than we ever could. That was the cold, sad truth of the massive gulf between Satoshi and us.
今頃、
I wonder
どこでどうしているんでしょう。
what he's been doing lately. Satoshi left home. I didn't know why. Maybe it was because of Oyashiro-sama's curse, or he disappeared or something. Yeah, that's exactly what happened, unfortunately. Because I can't imagine him just up and leaving. didn't he also leave after the uncle was gone? Yeah, well, if we assume that Satoshi was the one who killed their aunt and just pushed it onto someone else, maybe he disappeared after killing the aunt, hoping that that would drive away the uncle. Did the brother and uncle at the same time disappear? Is that what you mean? In any case, he wasn't beside Satoko now. At the time Satoko needed him to protect her most, he wasn't here.
どうして今ここにいないんですか？
Why isn't he here?
一番守ってやらなければならないこの時に。
Satoko needs him now more than ever.
お社様のたたりがどうとかいろいろ言われてますが、
A lot of people talk about Oyashiro-sama's curse,
家出した
but the only thing I can say
としか言えません。
is that he ran away.
ある日を境に帰ってこないって仲間が言ってました。
Leave at the same time? I think so. I think they said that Satoshi left right around well, he disappeared after his aunt died. And after his aunt died, the uncle disappeared, or, well, left for Okinomiya as well. So yeah, around the same time. One of my friends said that one day he just never came back.
妹の里子に書き置き一つ残さずに家出を。
He ran away without even leaving so much as a note for his sister? This seems very unlikely. Either it was because he had to leave, because, you know, maybe it wasn't a coincidence that she got, you know, beaten to death by a bat. Because it might have been him, so he had to leave in a rush in order to not get prosecuted and to blame this on someone else. Or he really did get demoned away as a result of the curse.
サトシ君はコツコツとアルバイトをしてたんです。
Satoshi-kun had been doing part-time jobs a lot.
サトコちゃんが当時とても大きなぬいぐるみを欲しがってましてね。
At the time, Satoko-chan really wanted this huge stuffed animal.
結構いい値段らしくて、そのためにアルバイトをいろいろとしていたらしいんです。
It ended up costing a lot, so he was doing all sorts of part-time jobs in order to afford it.
妹思いの兄でしたからね。
He felt so strongly about it.
おじ夫婦のもとで不憫な生活を強いられている妹に少しでも立派な誕生日プレゼントを贈ろうとしているんじゃないかってみんなささやき合っていました。
Everyone was whispering about how he at least wanted to get his sister a nice birthday present since he was being made to live such a pitiful life with her uncle and his wife. So, since everyone was whispering about this, it seems that everyone around Hinamizawa definitely knew about them being abused. But it doesn't seem like they have any hard evidence. It just seems that everyone is rumoring about this, but not like they have any evidence, which makes me wonder how these rumors come to be, because someone must be witnessing something. I still wonder what will happen if Oishi confronts the uncle and or Keiichi now. Oh, don't worry, he most likely will. Because of his personal quest to find out if Satoshi really did kill his aunt, and because, you know, the uncle's lover is the victim of murder, so some way or another, Oishi will have to confront them. In the end, he didn't use his savings for a birthday present for
サ
Satoko.
トシ君がいなくなり、警察がいろいろと調べたら、
Satoshi-kun disappeared, and the police looked long and hard.
サトシ君の貯金が当日すべて本人によって下ろされていることが分かりました。
They found out that Satoshi had withdrawn all his savings himself on the day he left.
方々をいろいろと調べた結果、その貯金を資金に東京の方に行ったんではないかということになりました。
After checking all over, they began to think that maybe he'd used his savings to go to Tokyo.
東京？
Tokyo?
何しに？
For what?
家出
Again,
としか言いようがないじゃないですか。
all I can say was that he ran away.
自分が逃げ出すための資金をコツコツと貯めて
He saved up all that money so he could run away?
そこまでは勝手ですよ。
He was that selfish? I can't imagine this is the case, actually. If he's willing to take the beatings and everything for Satoko, I can't imagine him just leaving because he's selfish. It must have been because he had to leave or because he, well, I mean, he has to leave as well if he's being demoned away, but it's a different, having to leave.
でも、サトコを置いてくことはないじゃないですか。
But how could you just leave Satoko
同
behind?
じ家出するなら、サトコも連れて行くべきだった。
If he was going to run away anyway, he should have brought Satoko with him. Even now, Coach was still calm. He wasn't trying to pour any oil on the fire of my anger at all. He just waited until my anger naturally subsided. After listening to gravel being crushed under the wheels for a little while, Coach spoke abruptly.
察してください。
Please understand.
置いていかれたサトコちゃんも同じ考えに至ったんです。
Satoko-chan left behind arrived at the same conclusion. I'm a burden on my brother, and that's why he abandoned me. Oh, no! No! I knew that she was thinking how she must be a burden and everything, but I thought more so, you know, due to the situation that she finds herself in with her family. But yeah, this definitely doesn't help her feelings of, you know, feeling like a burden. Like she's, being a pain for the people in her life who love her so much. And, it's just, I'm hurting. There must be a very good reason for him either running away or he was simply murdered by someone. They're cursed. Yeah, I think so too. It's likely that he was indeed the killer of his aunt, and that is why he had to leave, or you know, he was demoned away. Either of the two. He didn't take her with him when he left. How terrible must Satoko have felt being betrayed by the brother she loved so much.
でも、サトコちゃんはとても強い人でした。
But Satoko-chan... Oh, wow! Hello, Seth! Thank you for the raid! I didn't know you were streaming! Welcome in! And welcome in all of your raiders. How was your stream? Wow, I didn't know you were streaming. Oh my god. Hi! Hello, Risto! How are you doing? Oh gosh, the double raid at the same time? Welcome in! And also welcome in to all of your raiders as well. Oh, okay, yeah, I'm gonna have to shout out both of you using this command. Well, first off, thank you, Set, and also thank you, Rusto. How are you? Boneyard boys. Sad was playing. Oh, you were playing Us. I did not expect to see that on your channel. Hope you had a good time clicking the circles and such. Oh, you were playing Elden Ring? Oh boy. Yeah, every time I get a raid from someone playing Elden Ring, I get reminded that I still have to finish playing the game. Hope you had a good stream, both of you. How's it going? We're having a very emotional Higurashi chapter, so fair warning to anyone who just joined in. This chapter is all about child abuse, unfortunately, so it's totally fine if you don't deal with that stuff well and want to leave. That's completely understandable. But yeah, I'm doing good. I hope you had a good stream. Hope everyone had a good time today. And of course, if you need to take a break because I think you stream for quite a long time as well, feel free to, of course, you know, feed yourself, feed your pets, take a rest, all of that good stuff. Was spontaneous stream, tried a new keyboard, and it actually made me better at it. Well, that's good. No excuse to not play Us then. I started a boss and item randomizer run, so it was quote-unquote fun. Yeah, I can envision what that must have been like. I only played Elden Ring for a little while because I've been playing with some people, so getting everyone together is a little tough at times. But yeah, even with the correct items, it's still quite painful. So I can't even imagine with a randomizer. Fun equals suffering for sure, for sure. Well, I still hope that it was enjoyable suffering as much as that can be the case. But yeah, thank you so much again for the raid. Again, if you need to take a break, feel free to, both of you. Totally understandable. But you're also welcome to join us in on a different kind of suffering if you so will. Right. For everyone who just joined in, we were talking about, well, there's a lot to talk about with Higurashi, but there's this character, Satoko, who is currently living in an abusive household, and she used to have a brother who would look out for her, and unfortunately, he seemingly ran away, so, she's now left alone to suffer under the consequences of the abuse. Yeah, this is what this is about currently, and we're trying to find some sort of solution to help her out, which is proving to be very difficult. Satoko arc? Yes, it is about Satoko, unfortunately. Satoko-chan was a very strong person.
もちろん親しい友人たちの支えもあってのことでしたが、ああして笑顔を取り戻すことができました。
Of course, she had the support of close friends too, but that was how she regained her smile. What do you mean, unfortunately, about Satoko? I mean, I love Satoko, but having a chapter dedicated to you and Higurashi just means you're not gonna have a great time. So, yes, unfortunately, about this poor little child being abused. I mean, even if she wasn't abused, this would still be a horrible chapter if you have it dedicated to you, as we have seen in previous chapters. But I love Satoko, of course. I recalled how Satoko had spoken of Satoshi so brightly when I was eating dinner with her and Rika-chan a few days ago. At the time, I didn't think any more of how it was, of it than how pleasant their sibling love had been. But now that I think about it, I realized it was like she was peering into the distance from atop a pile of tragic perseverance.
サトシ君はきっと帰ってくる。
She said Satoshi-kun will come back for sure.
その時までにお荷物じゃなくなった自分を見てほしいって。
And that when he did, she wanted him to see how she was no longer a burden.
サトコはお荷物なんかじゃないですよ。
Satoko isn't a burden.
あいつ俺なんかよりよっぽど生活力はあるし、大抵のことは何だってできる。
She's way better at day-to-day living than me, and she can do pretty much anything.
そりゃレナやリカちゃんなんかと比べれば劣る点はたくさんあるかもしれないけど、そこいらのやつよりよっぽど一人前ですよ。
I mean, she might fall behind Rena or Rika-chan in certain aspects, but she's way more of an adult than most people. I mean, if you're being forced to do the work of an adult, then yeah, you kind of do develop certain skills that make you appear like an adult, but she's still a kid. I thought you had something you didn't like about Satoko. Oh, no. I don't have anything against any character in this visual novel, except Irie and Oishi a bit, but every other character is, pretty okay. I love them all. Okay made it sound so negative. I like him. It's weird you would think that if enough people at the same time would vouch for Satoko and that abuse is happening, then maybe things change. Then again, that itself could also be used in bad ways, so that wouldn't work. Yeah. I wonder if people would actually stand up to her uncle and would actually speak up for her, right? And say, yo, we've been witnessing that she's been actually abused. We see her doing all of these groceries, doing the heavy lifting, being yelled at and everything. I wonder if they would actually do that for her. I don't think they would. And if they would, I've kind of find that would be a 50-50 again, if they would do something about it, if they would take that seriously or not. He's quite protective. Yeah, he is. He's been growing super attached to Satoko very quickly. Irie do be sus. I don't know if I trust him completely, but he does seem to care about her to some degree.
サトシ君がいつ帰ってきてもいいように、そういう風になれるよう努力した結果です。
She would say that based on Satoko's personality in previous arcs, probably. But yeah, she's not bad, I guess. That's her way of, like, projecting strength. I mean, none of these characters are unlikable. They have their own quirks and everything, but I wouldn't say that they are unlikable in the slightest. They're just very themselves. They just have strong personalities. That's the result of her having worked so hard since she didn't know when Satoshi would come home.
涙ぐましい努力があったんですよ。
Her efforts are so painful. While she lived with Rika-chan, Rika-chan taught her how to handle everything flawlessly. Also, she could welcome back Satoshi at any time, so that she could show him she wasn't ashamed.
で、そのサトシはいつ帰ってくるんですか？
So, when is Satoshi going to come back? How would he know? I asked Coach, but knew he wouldn't be able to answer. In any case, Satoshi ran away. He left Satoko and ran away from Hinamizawa. There's gonna be another ad in 30 seconds. I can't snooze it anymore. I hate to have to interrupt this conversation we're having with him right now, but I can't do anything against it, unfortunately. So let's take a quick break. I really didn't think this chapter would be this long. It's unusual for the chapters to be this long early on. Usually they're like 3 to 4 hours. We get them done in one stream usually. But yeah, I didn't think that I was yapping too much either, so this is just a long one. But yeah, if you need to rest your eyes, stretch your legs, get a drink or get a snack, feel free to do that right now. Let me put this up. Let me cast my fishing line. And, you know, since you're all taking a break right now, feel free to check out the people who were so kind to rate us. I highly recommend checking them out and following if their content seems to be, you know, to your interests. Alright, I'm gonna be right back. yeah. I was just sipping on some water when I heard the notification. Hello. We're still currently in the middle of an ad break, so I hope none of the raiders are currently also stuck in an ad. First off, let me say hello, Adrenaline. Hope we're doing good. Welcome in. And also, thank you, Ray, so much for the raid. Hope you're doing good. Of course, hello, Ray. Hello, Chiaro. And wow, Adrenaline is also a raider. Welcome. But yeah, don't worry about it. I was just sipping on some water while we were waiting out the ads. Playing some Warframe. Oh boy. I feel like every time I watch people play Warframe, I get a little overwhelmed with how much is going on. But that might just be me. Another raid. This is the third one now within 15 minutes. I'm very, very thankful. Thank you so much. I hope you had a great stream. Of course, as per usual, if anyone needs to take a break, you know, Ray or any of your raiders, feel free to. Also, fair warning, we're in a very heavy part of the Higurashi story, you know. This is all about child abuse, unfortunately. So if you do not deal with that very well, feel free to peace out. I totally understand. Made good progress in metaphor. I was lurking, yes, but I didn't want to spoil the raid. Don't worry about it. Also, thank you for lurking, of course. A lot going on. Yeah, it's always a little stressful to watch, but it always looks very fun. In the end, it's just swish, swoosh, slash. I like that description. That is very accurate, I find. Space ninjas? Is that in relation to Warframe? Oh wait, Warframe? Badass story. I didn't even know. I'm sorry. I only looked at the gameplay. I don't even know if that... I didn't know it had a story. Ray has never been less overwhelmed than today. She managed like a champ. I am very, very proud of you. Of course, I expect nothing less of you. You seem to always be very calm compared to me. I get overwhelmed by the slightest amount of stress in video games, but you're not like that at all, of course. Yeah, thanks for the warning. Yeah, this chapter had me choked up a couple of times. This is quite heavy, so I just thought it would be fair to give people a warning before. I feel like we got through the worst part of this chapter, but it's still quite heavy. So yeah, this is all about Satoko, of course, this chapter, who is a young kid, who has been suffering through some abuse at home. So yeah, it's a very unpleasant. But yeah, I hope everyone had a very lovely stream, and I hope you guys had lots of fun. Thank you so much again for the raid. They look like space ninjas. Wow, okay. I have not been paying attention to Warframe, it seems. But yeah, I hope everyone was able to take a quick break during the ad break. Let's get back into talking about very depressing things after having so many lovely people join us. Someone said that when you leave Hinamizawa and run away, Oyashiro-sama's curse gets you, right? Of course, also fish. Then that made sense. Satoshi running away and his disappearance, that would obviously mean people thought it was the curse, right? And they could smile. As though it were his own fault, as though he got what he deserved. Hey, Oyashiro-sama, whoever you are. Satoshi didn't vanish because he ran away. You demoned him away with your curse, didn't you? That seems the most likely. I mean, that is what happened in the other chapters. We're just hoping that it is because of something else. If that's not what happened, then I won't forgive you.
Satoshi はいつ頃逃げ出したんですか?
Might be resting and eating dinner soon, so thanks for stream, Spooky. Thank you so much for being here, Amadis. It's always interesting to hear your thoughts, so I hope you enjoy dinner and take good care of yourself. When did Satoshi run away?
去年の綿流しのお祭りの夜、
The night of the Watanagashi festival last year,
おばが異常者に殺されて、
when their aunt was killed by that deviant. Did he not know this? I thought this was mentioned before. And also welcome in. What did I just say? Welcome in, Mimi. Hope you're doing good.
その数日後の
It was a few days after that,
さとこちゃんの誕生日にです。
on Satoko-chan's birthday. Ouch.
サトコの誕生日に？
On Satoko's birthday? Yeah, he must have been demoned away or something. I cannot imagine him willfully leaving her all alone on her birthday, no less. And leaving forever. That doesn't seem very likely. Something must have happened. Someone either who wants to hurt Satoko or, you know, the curse somehow. But we know that behind the curse there's... It seems that there is people behind that. Or, well, demons. Doing well, how are you? I'm doing good! Welcome in! I'm glad you're doing good. But yeah, also fair warning to you, this is about child abuse, so just letting you know that if you don't deal well with that, just keep that in mind. As in lurk, so late to the party, don't worry about it. I slammed my hands on the dashboard in front of me with all my might. Satoshi, of all days, he could have chosen to run away. Their aunt just died a few days before, didn't she? All your days of suffering were about to end, weren't they? You were just about to start thinking about a new life, weren't you? It's wrong to be happy about someone dying, but for Satoko and her brother, her birthday had come at a critical turning point. Their mean uncle had fled town and the siblings would be left alone. I'll keep you in my lurk then, thank you! And of course, I just thought it was fair to give everyone a warning, even if you end up coming a little bit later into the stream. Can't be late if the party never stops. Yeah, just dance the sadness and depressing stories away. They should have been able to be happy about that on Satoko's birthday. Satoko was probably waiting for her brother to return the whole time. Waiting for her brother to return when he never did. Waiting with bated breath for her brother to return. Her hopes and dreams of a new life to come growing ever larger. But no matter how long she waited, he didn't come back. He didn't even contact her. Satoko, trembling in anticipation of a great present, just when would she have to face the whole terrible truth? Satoshi, you fucking idiot. I could feel my blood rising to my head, and my anger at Satoshi. I was frustrated. I was aggravated. I couldn't forgive him. Satoko still respected and adored her brother, and yet he so heartlessly betrayed her. Such a person wouldn't just come back. Oh. Now, when he was most needed. Yes, no one would protect her. Not even her real brother Satoshi.
だから、あなたがニーニーだと認めてもらえて嬉しかったです。
This just gets more and more depressing as it goes on. Like, yes, we know that he left at a very crucial moment. I don't think blaming him is fair, though. It's not like his sole purpose in life is to protect Satoko. Of course, that's what he was doing. He was protecting her from the abuse as much as he could. But to be honest, it's not his role in life. It's not what he's supposed to be doing all this time. He also is allowed to have a normal-ish life as much as he can, and if that means running away, then yes, it's shitty timing, and yes, it sucks, but to be honest, I can't blame him. So when she started seeing you as her Nini, I was happy. Huh?
私もさとこちゃんの幸せを祈る一人ですが、社会的立場があり、日中は仕事をしている身です。
I pray for Satoko-chan's happiness as well, but I have a position in society and a job to do every day.
私がさとこちゃんのために割いてあげられる時間は少ない。
I have little time that I can devote to Satoko-chan.
でもあなたは違います。
But you're different.
学校で生活を共にし、さとこちゃんやさとしくんとも 年はほとんど離れていない。
You go to school with her and you're closer to her and Satoshi-kun in age. I mean, he can definitely be there for her as her not brother. Oh gosh, I was about to say as a friend and not as her brother necessarily, because being someone's sibling comes with a whole different set of responsibilities. But yeah, he can support her as a friend.
あなたは自分ができることに限りがあると思っていますが、
I know you think you can only do so
そ
much,
れでも私よりはずっと聡子ちゃんに手を差し伸べられる場所にいるのです。
but you're in a position where you can give Satoko-chan a hand much better than I
だか
can.
ら私の分まで聡子ちゃんの力になってあげてほしい。
So I want you to help her enough for the both of us.
そう願っています。
That's what I wish for.
そんなことは
But that's...
監督だって。
Coach, you could...
もちろん年季のある私だからこそできる助けだっていろいろあると思います。
Of course, with my job skills, there are plenty of things only I can help her with. Ugh, those are things you do not want, you need to help her with, of course, but yeah.
同じようにあなたにしかできない助けだってあるということです。
But in the same way, there are things only you can do for her.
私たちは互いにそれを全うすべきだと申し上げたいのです。
What I want to say is, we should both perform in every way we can. Was that a little too complicated? Coach added that, but I shook my head in response. When I heard him say he had job skills, it reminded me that he was an adult in a different position from all of us. Maybe I should ask him about it.
監督は法律とか詳しいですか？
Oh, Coach, do you know a lot about laws? I mean, it seems that he looked into adopting her, so I would assume that he has also thought of different ways to help her, even if he himself can't adopt her.
いえ、平均的に疎いですが。
Oh, never mind. No, I know even less than the average person. Why? I thought he was looking into adopting her. How can he say this? I thought he looked into it at least. He did say that he knows that he can't adopt her without a partner, so he did some research. I thought back to when I argued with Mion and the others about Satoko. Our children's argument had only left us with the conclusion that we had to wait and see. But what would an adult think?
児童福祉法でしたっけ？
What was it? The child welfare law?
児童の安全を確保するために緊急措置として親子を分離させるという方法があるそうです。
As an emergency measure to secure the safety of a juvenile, they can force him or her to separate from the parents.
緊急措置？
They can do that?
じゃあすぐに聡子をおじの元から救い出せるということじゃないですか。
So then we could rescue Satoko from her uncle right away. Isn't that what we talked about earlier? Where we need a lot of proof and facts to get her out of there?
聡子ちゃんが
Satoko-chan
それを望まないかもしれません。
might not want that.
虐待されている本人が避難を望まなければ弱いでしょうから。
Unless the person being abused wants shelter anyway. It doesn't go that far. Oh, is this some place that she can go to? In cases of abuse? And if she doesn't want to do it because she thinks she has to stay with her uncle to help him out and to not feel abandoned, because she does feel needed in a way, even, it being fucked up. Maybe she doesn't want to?
聡子が望まない？
Satoko doesn't want it?
どうして？
Why? Coach didn't answer me. I didn't know why he didn't. It was clear as day that Satoko's uncle was being violent and treating her like a slave. So then why? I clamped down on my frenzied emotions and waited intently for Coach to answer. But he never did. It wasn't like he was pretending he hadn't heard me. If I had to say, it was more like he wanted to explain but couldn't put it into the right words.
聡子ちゃんは多分そういういじめに耐えるのを試練だと考えているかもしれません。
Satoko-chan probably thinks as this abuse as a trial.
試練？
A trial?
変な宗教じゃあるまいし。
This isn't some weird religion we're talking about.
ご存知と思いますが、サトシ君はサトコちゃんをずっとかばってきました。
Oh, you think she's enduring this abuse in the hopes that Satoshi might come back? Because he sees, oh, you know, I don't have to protect her anymore. She can protect herself in a very messed up, fucked up way. You might know this, but Satoshi-kun always looked out for Satoko-chan.
サトコちゃんもずっとサトシ君に頼ってきました。
She always relied on him,
甘えてきたと言うべきかもしれません。
almost as though she was utterly dependent on him. I'd known for a while that Satoshi had always protected Satoko from their aunt and uncle. But that was his duty as an older brother, not something to worry about. I don't agree with him necessarily here. It's nice that he did protect her as much as he did, but it's not his duty.
それがトラウマになったかもしれないんですよ。
I think that may have traumatized her.
自分が兄にもたれかかりすぎたから、兄が自分を嫌ってしまったんではないかってね。
Maybe she figured that depending so heavily on her brother had made him hate her. Oh, adding on the feelings of being abandoned, now she also feels like she is at fault for him leaving. And for Satoko, the current situation was retelling of the story of a little over a year ago. This time, Satoshi wasn't here.
だから誰にも頼らずに自分の力だけで試練を乗り越えたい。
She wants to overcome this trial by herself without relying on anyone else.
そういう力を身につけなければサトシ君は帰ってこない。
And that if she doesn't grow strong, then Satoshi will never return.
そういう考えになっている
She thinks something like that now.
と私は考えます。
Or so I believe. Now that he mentioned it, Satoko had never said a word about how hard it had been before. I figured she was being threatened not to talk about it, but
みんなと相談して児童相談所とかに通報すべきかなんて話をしてました。
yeah, he's just gonna tell us the same thing that Mion told us, that this isn't a good idea without concrete proof that she is being abused, because it will just end up being a gamble if they will get her out of that situation or not. I talked with everyone and we were wondering if we should report it to the Child Consultation Center.
聞いてますよね。
I have heard
昨年も福祉士さんがサトコちゃんのところに行ってるのは。
that a social worker was visiting Satoko-chan last year.
はい。
Yes.
結局様子見で余計にいじめられたって話も。
In the end, they decided to wait and see, and we thought that maybe that made her get tormented even more.
あれサトコちゃんが自分で通報したらしいんです。
Oh, okay. Wow. That was... Apparently, Satoko-chan reported it herself. Probably in an attempt to help out Satoshi. Shit. And since it got worse, she blamed herself even more.
でその結果余計いじめが水面下へ移行してエスカレートした。
And as a result, the abuse worsened, but was kept just out of sight.
サトコちゃんに降りかかるいじめも増え、それをかばうサトシ君の負担も著しく増えた。
Oh, this just keeps getting worse and worse the more we find out. She was under even more torment, and the burden on Satoshi-kun for protecting her rose considerably.
ひょっとしてサトコ、
Satoko,
それ通報した自分の責任だなんて思ってるんじゃ。
she wouldn't be thinking it's her own fault for reporting it, would she? Coach nodded quietly.
多分サトコちゃんに通報の話をするととても嫌がるが、その必要はないと強がりを言うと思います。
Satoko-chan would probably either hate it if you suggested reporting the abuse, or feign courage and say you didn't need to. Yeah, this is a very sensitive topic. We should not bring this up around her, but I wouldn't be surprised if Keiichi somehow finds a way to sneak that into a conversation and just completely destroy her.
サトコちゃんに内緒で通報したとしても、福祉士に対して自分は虐待を受けていないと言い張るでしょうね。
And even if you reported it in secret, she'd probably insist to the social worker that she wasn't being abused. Satoko always acts tough and doesn't readily admit defeat, so I could imagine that easily.
一応児童相談所には 裁判所の許可も当事者の許可も一切不要で緊急措置ができる強い権限があるんだそうです。
I mean, just look at how she's masking all of her feelings, trying not to show how the abuse is affecting her. I'm not surprised that she would feign ignorance and deny that she's being abused at all. The Child Consultation Center has enormous authority in these matters. They can take emergency measures without needing any permission from a court or the concerned child.
虐待が公然の事実ならさとこちゃんが否定しても身柄は強制的に保護されるでしょう。
If the abuse was known to the public, they could forcibly shelter her even if she denied it. That is good. That is very good. But for that to happen, they need to, well, visibly abuse her, which of course is something we do not want. So either way, it's a lose-lose situation.
それはさとこちゃんにとっては負けを意味するものなのかもしれませんが。
For Satoko-chan, that would probably mean losing.
勝ち負けの問題じゃないですよ。
This isn't about winning or losing.
さとこは現実に
It's real life. Satoko, she's
話を折りますが
back on
身
topic.
柄が保護されると養護院等の施設に送致されます。
After they placed her under their protection, she would be sent to a childcare institution or the like. And especially since she's like mentally scarred too, they would have to get her into some kind of treatment program to help her get back on her feet after all of this, which yeah, either way, again, it's a lose-lose situation.
そうするとですね、そこで暮らすことになるので、つまり引っ越しということになります。
She would basically be living there, so it would mean moving
ですか
away.
ら学区変更で転校にもなります。
And with a change in residence would come a change in schools too. That
転校は
changing schools. I mean, I would rather her have to go through some change rather than her having to keep going through the abuse, but
仕方ない
you
です。
know, it has to be done.
それであいつが保護されるなら
If that's what it will take for her to be safe.
さとこちゃんはその辺の事情も知っています。
Satoko-chan understands all those
だ
things.
からますます保護を望みません。
All the more reason for her not to want it.
どうして
Why?
あの家でサトシ君の帰りを待つのがさとこちゃんの生きる理由だからですよ。
Because Satoko-chan's reasons for living is to wait at that house for Satoshi-kun to return. That is exactly what I thought it was about, and I hate it. I hate it because he's not coming back. He didn't leave voluntarily. Oh god.
兄に捨てられ廃人同然になりかけた少女が何に生きる理由を見出したか。
She was a husk, an empty shell after being abandoned by her brother. How did she find her reason to live?
あなたのでなくさとこちゃんの価値観で考えてあげてください。
Try looking at it from Satoko-chan's point of view rather than your own.
うん。
I felt like he was trying to confuse me with that hard to understand roundabout way of talking so unique to adults. The point was that I couldn't do anything about Satoko wanting to stay in that house. And that I should watch until she gives in. In the end, no matter what I said, Coach himself was saying, you wait and see. Yep, the end result is the same, unfortunately. There's nothing you can do. Especially if she doesn't want to get help. What are you gonna do about it?
俺はわかりませんよ。
I don't understand.
はい。
What?
俺は本当にサトコが危ないと感じたら誰の意思も聞かずに通報します。
If I feel that Satoko is really in danger, I will report it without asking anyone's opinion.
その結果、サトコは不快な思いをして俺を恨むことがあるかもしれないけど、
She might not be happy with the results and she might hate me for it.
最終的にはそれがサトコの幸せにつながると信じます。
but I believe that will ultimately be what brings Satoko happiness. I mean, it depends. I'm not sure. In the state that she's in right now, that I wouldn't assume that that would bring her happiness just because you think it's the better situation for her. Again, I don't have a solution for this either. I have no idea. Either way, this is just such a horrible situation for everyone involved because not only is she suffering through all of this, everyone is trying to come up with solutions and ends up, you know, with the same end result of it being basically pointless. Coach turned to me and gazed fixedly into my eyes. It was written all over his face. He was shocked at what such a young kid had said.
どうしてあなたはそこまで
Why would you go that far? Coach, no, rather normal adults might not have understood. So I taught him the creed and the values that I believed in.
サトコは俺の仲間だから。
Satoko is my friend.
そして俺はサトコのニーニーだから。では理由は足りませんか？
And I am Satoko's Nini. Isn't that enough of a reason? I stared at him with a will strong and unbreakable as steel as his eyes betrayed a tiny bit of
い
unrest.
え足りないなんてことはありません
No, of course that's enough. We were silent for a little while until finally, Coach said only that.
誓ったじゃないですか、俺たち。
Didn't we make a promise?
あすみません
Alright, they did make a promise on the day of the barbecue party that they would look out for her as best as they could. I think something along those lines? I'm sorry, what?
サトコを絶対に泣かせないって。
That we weren't ever going to let Satoko cry, I remember. We made a vow on that day of the barbecue party. I didn't think about it hard at all, but Coach and I still made a promise. That we wouldn't ever let Satoko cry. Coach gave a dry grin of regret, immediately apologizing for not remembering. One way or another, when he grinned like that, it made me think that his enthusiasm for saving Satoko was a tiny bit smaller than mine. He lightly hit the brakes, making a skidding noise, and my whole body suddenly fell forward.
ひょっとして前原さんのお家ってあれですか
Yep, that's the one! The huge-ass house in the middle of Hinamizawa. Could that be your house there?
ああ前原屋敷が前原さんのお家だったんですね
Oh, right. Maibara-san would live at the Maibara residence, wouldn't he? Duh! Before I knew it, we were almost to my house. Ah! Is that the end? Oh man, they're gonna leave me in this depressed state? Oh my goodness. Plain to see, I met someone's relative. Oh wait, hold on, what is that? Ah, what did I click? These achievement images are very interesting. I'm gonna post them. Hold on, I'm gonna do it right now. In the Discord, because I don't know what to make of these. So far they haven't been very cryptic, but these are slightly strange. Hold on. Games. Let me put it there. Let me show you guys real quick. I guess for this chapter, yeah, not for this arc. We have a lot to go still. We haven't even made it to the Watanagashi festival, so we have a lot to go still. Oh. There we go. So this was the one on the right here. It was the one that we got yesterday. Better Left Untold with the red ball. And here it is again. the bottle, probably sake. And what I assume is the red ball inside the bottle of sake? Which I don't know what to make of this. This is probably symbolic in some way. The ball being kind of smashed into the bottle of sake. Caught the end of the stream. We still have the tips to go through. Well, the one tip. But hello, Kay. How are you? Welcome in. A bottle and smokes? Is that smokes? I thought that was just a little, like, bowl to drink sake from. It does look kind of like a small bowl shaped, yeah. Not sure if you drink sake from a bowl. I don't think you do, but... yeah, I wonder what is up with the ball being lodged into the bottle like this. Probably symbolic for something. Like the secret rooted in alcohol? I don't know. That's probably a stretch. I'm not good at, you know, getting the hidden meaning between behind cryptic images like these. Okay, but this time let's actually remember to read the tip, so we don't forget next time. Case 31. The achievement referring to the uncle, and maybe that's just a symbol. Yeah, it is definitely referring to the uncle. So I guess the red ball might just be the secret, or symbolic for the secret, and the alcohol being clearly for the uncle, since he is a drunk piece of shit. December 1st, 1981. Something Prefecture Juvenile Welfare Division report. Do not view, do not duplicate. Case 31, November 20th. Satoko Hojo, something years old. Residence, something Hinamizawa Village, Shishibone. Consultation circumstances. Anonymous telephone SOS of child abuse. Second, abuse situation. Anonymous claims that a female child is suffering physical abuse by adoptive parents, her guardians. Third, family structure, circle. Oh, marks abusers. Okay, so I guess coming back to this, we can assume that maybe this was supposed to be a symbol for the abusers. It's odd that they mention the circle being a symbol for abuse in this report, and then we have these achievement images, so I guess, yeah, might actually truly be for the abuse. I didn't think I could be somewhat right. Adoptive father, adoptive mother, older brother, child in question. Note, in June 1980, the child's parents died in an accident and she was given to her uncle on her father's side, her father's younger brother. So I guess, Mian did say that her parents treated her like shit too. I guess if she never reported it over all those years, it wasn't to this extent that she would ever consider reporting it. Maybe they were just, you know, shitty parents in general, but didn't necessarily abuse them. 4. Child Consultation Center's response. On the day of the anonymous telephone consultation, the center called the child's school and asked of her situation. The next day, the welfare officer on duty visited the child's home and heard what they had to say. Both adoptive parents agreed to the center's coaching. Contacted anti-abuse network in the city. As part of this suggested coaching, a district welfare officer in the area began visiting for coaching at fixed intervals. The scrawled note below is stapled to the report, so I guess it wasn't to check up on them, but more so to give them coaching? But, like, anti-abuse coaching? Well, that didn't help, it seems. The scrawled note below is stapled to the report. Related information from former official Mr. W. Refer to 1977 document D2-3, number 44. Ask Chief Investigator F from the city's education consultation offices. He is well informed about it. Well, I guess it wasn't to check up on them then. It makes sense then that they went there on fixed intervals. If it was to give consultation rather than to check up on what is going on behind closed doors. If you get what I'm saying. But yeah, wow. I think that's a good summary for the chapter. Oh well, wow. This was way heavier than I expected it to be. I mean, I expected this to be heavy, but this is pretty bad. We're still like pretty early into this chapter in general. This is only chapter 6 and it's already getting like increasingly unnerving. We haven't even gotten to the Watanagashi festival, which I assume is only gonna triple the unease that I'm feeling right now. This is not gonna end well, so I don't know if I should say that I'm looking forward to finding out more. I'm a little scared, but yeah. Anyway, even though this was quite heavy, I really enjoyed this chapter. I really enjoyed Rikishi's writing in particular. I feel like it was really, really good so far. I have nothing to complain about. Of course, there's these degen moments that we have throughout the chapter, and I feel like those also keep getting more intense and intense. But besides that, ignoring those questionable moments in the chapter, I find that his writing in this one particularly is so well done, and it really just has me so hooked. I can't believe we're gonna have to wait a week for us to play this again, but maybe that's good, you know, give us some time to recover from the very heavy topics addressed in this specific chapter. But yeah, I think this is gonna be a wild ride, as I've said before. We're gonna suffer through this together, at least. Wintercell has started, so now I can pick up all your visual novels. Yeah, I was informed about it earlier, so I guess I'll go do that right now. I'll go check out the winter sale, and we can talk about what we have all picked up tomorrow during the stream. So tomorrow's yapping section will be quite interesting. I kind of interested to know what everyone has picked up during the sale. I guess a lot of people have more games than I do, so it'll just be me yapping about the heap of games that I've bought. But yes, thank you so much everyone for joining me today on this very emotional ride of a chapter. I hope you guys enjoyed it as much as you could with this being very heavy. Let's send some love to someone, you know, now that we're feeling all emotional and sad. Let's find someone to say hello to and raid. Let me see. Who is streaming right now? Oh, we have Sagi, who is currently streaming. She is streaming Final Fantasy XIV, and she has the most adorable model. Holy, that is so cute. Her chibi Christmas model is adorable. But yeah, there's currently a little promotion with Final Fantasy XIV. If you gift 3 subs, you get an in-game mount, so maybe interesting for everyone that is playing Final Fantasy, of course. So let's say hello. Let me post in the raid messages if you want to use them, of course. And please say hello and send some love to Sagi. And I will see you guys after some well-needed recovery from this chapter tomorrow. Have a nice day, everyone. Of course, let me fish as well. Have a lovely rest of your day and take care of yourselves. Bye-bye.